Good evening. Good evening. It's Thursday. It's almost the weekend. I hope everyone is doing very, very well. Lovely to see some of you guys in. We've got a little bit of Brazilian fury in right at the literal crack of dawn. Not the literal crack of dawn. It's probably around 11 a.m. But lovely to see you in, my dude. I hope you're doing well. I hope last night's stream was marvelous. I saw the notification come up just as I was settling down to bed, unfortunately, but I hope you are doing well. We've also got the wonderful, the glorious Blue Moon in. I appreciate that it's been a tough week football-wise, but at least Nico Gonzalez looks good, right? There's a small bit of consolation there. We've also got some Mr. Grizzly P. We've got DM Bassist in as well, and we've got the medical car. Great to see you all. As I say, really hope you guys are doing well. Who's ready for some FM? So we've moved on since Monday evening. We went through and we did what we do at the end of every season, which we look through the squad. We identified the players we want to get rid of, identified potential targets to bring in, and then off stream, I advanced through the preseason. We signed a couple of people on Monday evening. We've signed a couple of more since, so we get to unveil the new signings all in due course. But first, there's going to be just a little bit of a mystery minigame. And that mystery minigame seems to have been just enough to keep Max around before he goes off to play his podcast, to record his podcast. So DM Bassist, we were talking about getting out of a rut. DM Bassist posted on the Discord about not really sure what to do next in FM. And his trusty save is going to Poland, as he claims the best FM nation. I've always said that Shakhtar has been my favourite route for that when I don't know what to do. But so DM Bassist hasn't managed Shakhtar since probably around 2010. Have a few saves with Oberlin Brovar when they're a second tier side with ridiculous facilities, but a sort of rebuilding Shakhtar could actually be fun. Sounds like a plan. Yes, and heroin and or methadone. Exactly. I'm not going to provide context to that one, though. I'm definitely not going to provide any context there. Kill is in over on YouTube. Good evening, Kill. I hope you're doing well. Right, shall we head in to that game? And we'll start off, as we always do at the beginning of these streams, with a little round of Guess the Player, something to ease us into the evening. Now, if you're new here and you haven't been seen these games before, it's a really simple game. You're going to see 4 pictures. They're like a snapshot from a player's profile in FM24, one after the other. You're going to see the positions that they play, the attributes and traits, the scout report, and finally the clubs that they've played for. Your job is to guess the player as quickly as possible. The earlier you guess, the more points you get. Those points get you onto that lovely little scoreboard that's kind of just underneath me at the moment. And as you can see, DM Basis has already come in with an early guess. Could it be Nicholas Raskin? Mr. Grizzly P thinks it might be Kara. And so what I should tell you guys, just in case you're not familiar, is that it's a player at the beginning of FM24 on the default database. So if you've got a player like Joshua Xerxes, he starts at Bologna in FM. He hasn't moved to Manchester United. So when it comes to the career history, just keep that in mind, potentially. So let's head on into the first clue. Now, DM Base suggested it could be Mboje for the win. Could it be? We've got an almost 2-footed centre-back. A right-footed wide centre-back can also play as a central defender or a ball-playing defender who's fairly strong on his left foot. Can play in defensive midfield, could even, at a push, play a little bit further up as a midfielder centre as well. Do we have any thoughts as to who that could be? I know that's not much information to go on at these early days. So could it be Alessandro Bastoni? It's a lovely guess. What a player Alessandro Bastoni is. Sadly, it's not. But that would be nice. The medical car thinks it could be John Stones. Another fine guess. Again, a player who's very flexible, can definitely play further forwards. It's not John Stones, I'm afraid. I think John Stones can also play a little bit of right back, but don't quote me on that. Kill has also gone for John Stones as well. Callie Rinner's in. Welcome in, Callie. How are you? I'm doing well. Izaka has gone for Ethan Ampadu. There's a guess. Ethan Ampadu can definitely play a little bit of midfield, a little bit of defensive midfield as well. And I'm not sure if he's right or left-footed. I'm going to assume that he's right-footed. It's not Ethan Ampadu, but that is a very fine guess. Let's move on to the next clue. See if we've got, or now, just as I was moving over, and there's roughly a 2 to 3 second delay. So I know that if a guess comes through just as I'm moving across to the next clue, that they got it as a 5-pointer. That is to say that Mr. Grizzly P shouting out Willie Orban just at the last moment. It is indeed Willie Orban. Look at that profile. Look at it. All the green, great at tackling, at marking, at heading, great work rate, leadership, determination, bravery, balance, natural fitness, and strength. He's only a 14 in decisions, but somebody in chat has got a 20 for decisions, and that most definitely is Mr. Grizzly P. Tales of the tapes himself. What an incredible guess, sir. A phenomenal guess there. DM Basis with the applause, Medical Car with the applause, Max with the applause. You understand it now. Oh my, you do understand it. That was incredible stuff. Absolutely phenomenal. Beautiful. Right, shall we head on into the game? And we've got something not that different, to be honest, but at the moment, this save is actually just as the season ended, because it's a little bit hard to show you the performance of the players that we've signed if we go and start at the point where we are in the save. So I've gone back so we can see just exactly what we've bought. So we've been quite busy. Those that were along on Monday evening will know that we've signed a couple of players already. The first player that we signed was a gentleman playing at Sheffield United, I believe. Oh, come on. Is it not like, do I need to write United properly? I might have needed to write United properly. But our first signing was Andre Brooks on a free transfer. He's going to come in to play part of our double pivot in a 3-4-3. Left-footed, can play a little bit further ahead if needs be, can play out at left-back too. He was a pretty decent player. He's winning 81% of his tackles, reasonably safe on the ball. He carries it, he can create as well. Not necessarily the most exceptional player, but should bring a little bit more dynamism to our defensive midfield. And it also pressures quite a bit. So his pressures are really, really high compared to what we've got at the moment. So hopefully he can bring that along with us. He was our first signing on a free transfer for around 15,000 euros per week. And then we signed another gentleman, this time from Leverkusen. And this is where I realised, can I actually remember all the players that we've signed? So is he down here? Artem Stefanov. He played an entire 18 minutes last season. He comes in as a youth prospect, somebody who can be our third choice. We play with one striker. He's going to be there in case of emergencies. You know, he plays with back-to-back goal. He's decent jumping, decent at heading, decent strength. So as a target forward, should be a reasonable option there. And indeed, the Ukrainian Haaland, Max, and he doesn't look... Now, I mean, to be fair, so what, we're now 6 years in. So when that photo was taken, he would have been at the oldest 15. So it does make sense that he looks like a literal child. There are some concerns about child labour laws, and I think we might get arrested before the evening is up, to be honest. But yeah, hopefully he's not had an opportunity to break through into the first team yet, really. He's played a substitute game there, a substitute game there. At 21, perhaps a little bit on the higher end of what we'd want for a youth prospect. But he seems to be rated reasonably well by our scouts, and I think he fits kind of what we want to do as well, which should be quite nice. Now, that's not where everything finished. Now, those were the 2 deals that we agreed while still on the stream on Monday night. We also identified a couple of other players that we'd like to sign. One of them was the Wolfsberger defender, Raphael Schifferl. Now, Raphael Schifferl wins 81% of his tackles, 82% of his headers, which is a huge thing for us. We've struggled a little bit in the air. So having someone that's going to be a force in the air, but is also good with his ground rules is brilliant. His possession lost is perhaps a little bit on the high side, but it's kind of in line with what we expect. He's in the 60th percentile for passes completed, in the 40th percentile for possession lost. And if you consider that you're going to lose possession more if you've got more of the ball, that's kind of roughly around that break even, the 60 and the 40. That's kind of okay. Not particularly progressive, but we have those needs covered. He came in. We bid on Monday evening 550k. It said that Wolfsberger didn't want to sell him, so we were just trying to put in some small bids to maybe unsettle him a little bit. And the 550k got rejected, and he wasn't unsettled. So then I put in a bid for about 900k, and that was rejected, and he wasn't unsettled. Then I moved it up to 1.1, and Wolfsberger were quite happy to talk about it. We eventually got him for 2 million euros, which I think is a pretty fair price. He's going to come in, or I'm certainly expecting him to come in immediately as a starter at our right centre-back slot. I think he's really going to help give us a little bit more, maybe some more threat at set pieces as well. So I'm very, very excited by Raphael Scheffel. Good player, I think. And if we take a look at his attributes here as well, like there's no great weakness really in this side of things. His agility is less than ideal. His determination is less than ideal. But in terms of technically on a defending standpoint, he's good. He's really good at jumping. He can pass the ball, even if his first touch is a little bit sloppy. Perfect for what we're looking for. Now, there's one other player that we brought in as well, and that is a player from Ligue 2's Brest. It's all satisfying to say Brest. I know it's childish, but there we go. Welcome in, by the way, Mike. Greetings from Greece. Yashu Tikanis. Lovely to see you, my dude. So, Nathan Stickskitter, a left-footed attacking midfielder. Now, we had a look at a lot of attacking midfielders on Monday. None that really stood out massively. None that really made you go, wow, that's the player. But we need someone to back up Roman Esse. And as a left-footer, it's quite good for what we're looking for. Comes in on a free transfer, reasonably decent wages. Should be a solid option, even if he only scored 3 goals and 6 assists last season, in what is roughly the equivalent of about 13 or 14 full games. So he didn't play that much. It's going to be a big step up from Ligue 2 to Bundesliga, but he's not going to be a starter. The important thing is, so we had a look at him before. We did indeed. The name is familiar. Nathan Skitter. I say he was one of the attacking midfielders we looked at on Monday evening. And kind of there was, so as I was saying, with us not having much in terms of great options, the real reason I signed him is not just we need a backup, but I think it's a nice touch for Mika Aratalo to sign a Finnish player. We've kind of limited our choices of Finnish players that we can sign because we revealed the attributes of players from Mariehamn, so we can't really bring someone from the club. But Nathan Skitter, a 27-year-old, should be able to do a decent job for us in relief, essentially be the left-footed equivalent of Dustin Forkel. So Mr. Grizzly Please says, not as fun when you do the French R, Brest. Is that, what's the French R? I just decided to badly roll my R's there. What is the French R? Brest. I'm trying to think. I'm just going to roll. I'll stop that now. And yeah, Nathan Skitter comes in on a free transfer, improves our attacking options. Now, we did sign 2 players that we didn't look at on Monday. Both came through from scout recommendations a little bit later down the line. The first one, in fact, comes from the Bundesliga. Kinda. So, because we've taken this back a little bit, I'll be moving forward to the proper save in a moment. Fortuna Düsseldorf lost the relegation playoff. They lost the relegation playoff to Schalke, so Schalke will be joining us in the Bundesliga. But this guy has a release clause for 1.4 million euros. Now we can see that he concedes more than a goal per game, which is a little bit wrong. He's not the most active when it comes to sweeping, and does give the ball away a lot. From his passes completed, you can pretty much assume that they send the ball long a lot, whereas we like to build up from deep first. However, he does deny 0.11 XG per game. So he faces 1.4 XG, concedes 1.29 goals. That's a goalkeeper who's proven that he can be effective as a shot stopper in this division. So for 1.4 million euros, I'm delighted. He comes in for around 24,000 euros per week as well, which is pretty much bang on the average. If we've got a 600,000 euro per week wage budget and we want a first team squad of 25 players, that average is 24k. So that works perfectly. So Mr. Grizzly P says it's a guttural R, an H, a K, and an R rolled into one. I mean, it sounds a lot more seedy that way, that's for sure. That's for sure. Right, so Mike has found a guy from Cambuur, hasn't lost an aerial challenge in 2 years or something. Makes me want to play hoofball again. Is it Robert Rodriguez? Is it the big man himself? So yeah, Sahinovic comes in as our new starting goalkeeper. Nicholas Sauter, you'll see in a moment, he's unhappy. He wants a new contract. He wants to be a starter. That's not going to happen. So we might need to pick up another goalkeeper in due course. Now, finally, we did want one more attacking midfielder. We wanted someone to play on the right alongside Esse. And for that, we decided to head on over to the Championship, to Ipswich Town. Now, the wonderful thing about this is I can say the names of these teams, and it means nothing because 6 years into the future, none of the players are there that you expect. Our signing is Christian Nokvik-Linsen. Now, this is another case of a player that didn't play many minutes. We're looking for someone in that right attacking midfield spot who's going to create, who's going to score. And Linsen managed 2 goals and 1 assist all season. So not necessarily the most exciting signing. You can see there, 17 million euros is crazy money. But he's transfer listed, and eventually we just waited and waited for it to drop until we signed him for 4.7 million euros. For some reason, though, they'd extended his contract, so they must have had a clause in there. So there can't have been a clause. They gave him a pay rise. That's what it is. His pay rise was because they won the league, wasn't it? Won the league, which meant that his wages went up. So when we signed him, he was on 57k per week. We managed to get him in for 60, which makes him the most expensive player in our team, which is a bit of a risk for someone that played 600 minutes, which is less than I would normally be willing to go by, and scored 3 goals. Now, the reason we have signed him is actually because when he played more regularly, so 17 starts, he had 14 goal contributions. 13 starts, he had 11 goal contributions. In the last couple of years, when he's played and he's had a relatively decent number of games in a run, he's been quite effective. So it's a big risk. He comes in as our most expensive player, but 4.7 million euros at 25 years of age, he is someone that I believe we should be able to get good performances out of and make a very tidy profit. I mean, if he hadn't been transfer listed, like his transfer value there at 17 million. Now, England will have a much bigger boost to it, but I reckon we could easily flip him for about 10 million euros. So welcome in, Eunice. Lovely to see you, my dude. No, not late at all. We've barely started. Welcome on in, my dude. And Zerachul's here. And Retro Gamer. Lovely to see you all in. I'm good. How are you? So Denbeth says France and the French are silly, so let's just disregard that silly R anyway, and just say Brest. Let's just say Brest. 60k per week, good God. Indeed. So those are our main arrivals. Now, those main arrivals don't happen without some kind of departures as well. So we will take a look at that a little bit, as well as a couple of youth prospects that we've signed, whose names unfortunately escape me, but they wouldn't have been playing anyway. So here we go. We have spent in total 9.25 million. We received 29 million in income. And the main sell was Rocco Vata. We identified on Monday that there were teams that were interested in him, and his performance had been a little bit underwhelming. So when we transfer listed him at about 18 million euros, and then Red Bull came in and we tried to negotiate a little bit. We tried to negotiate a little bit more, and we managed to get him up to 22.5 million plus 20% profit. Now, he's already playing in Europe and scored 2 goals and 2 assists, so it looks like we might have made a mistake. We probably managed him quite badly from the looks of things, but that's a significant amount of money. That 22.5 million euros are coming in meant we got a hefty 6 million euros added to our transfer budget. So he goes, Christian Knock-Linson comes in for less than a quarter of what we raised. Now, we also sold Benedict Gimba, another player that we said, look, he's got 1 year left on his contract. It's time for him to move on. He's gone to Mainz, so he's dropped back down to Bundesliga, to the Zweite Bundesliga. I'm pretty happy with that. I thought we could have maybe got a little bit more money for him, but that's a player who would have been 6th choice at centre-back. So I'm quite happy to have him out the door. And then finally, we sold Oliver Cooper for 3 million to Portland Timbers. That's a relatively poor return. We signed him for 2.4 million, which was a little bit of a disappointment. Didn't really kick it off in any of the systems that we played over that time. And he was in last year's contract. So quite happy to have him out the door. Did think we could have got about 3.5. Instead, we could only get 3 million. But still, that all adds up, right? It all helps add to that budget. So generally speaking, I think we've done all right. We've moved on players that weren't really... Well, Rocco Vata was a starter, but wasn't performing that well in our system. Gimba and Cooper weren't. These players, Buchberger, Rasmussen, were on loan last season, don't have much of a future. John Hendry's gone out on loan. Brian Hine, that free transfer was already arranged. So, welcome in, Ridge Sun. Lovely to see you, my dude. Not a bad result for Villa last night. It wasn't bad. I feel like... I feel like... I know that Darwin had that big miss, right? But I feel like we did enough to perhaps get a win out there. But then, you know, at the same token, I expect Liverpool will feel like they did enough to get a win as well. So yeah, probably a fair result on balance, but yeah, feels like missed opportunity. Feels like a missed opportunity. DM Basis says Davy Selke is going to win us the league anyway. Exactly. That's the attitude. That's the attitude. So Max is off now. Have a wonderful record, my dude. Mike says, I like this style of Moneyball because you can't be sure how a player will translate after a big jump in division quality. Makes the game more challenging. Fewer can't miss wonder kids. Exactly. It opens up a whole different realm of players to consider, which I think is always quite fun. Right, so that guy there's in, as is Cowstub. Welcome in. I hope you're doing very, very well. So Cowstub asks, are you using Excel in the save to do Moneyball? No, I'm not. I try as much as possible to keep everything within the game, using the skin that we've got here that I made, as well as the search filters and things. If I need to do things like possession adjusted metrics, I would take that externally, but generally speaking, I try to keep myself within the actual game interface. Right, so let's have a look at the 3 youth players we bought in. Dusan Kozak is a Slovakian that we signed for a few $100,000 from Liefering in Austria. Now, our coaches reckon he's about a 4.5 star potential from 2, so got a lot of room for growth. Isn't particularly consistent, which you expect from someone that age. Not quite ready there. So they say 4 star, but also Zweite Bundesliga. He's kind of okay. He's got a decent physical profile. He's quick enough. He's got stamina. Works hard, determined, teamwork. Most importantly, he can cross. So we're going to focus on hopefully getting some of his defensive positioning better and his ball control better. But I think we've got a potential first teamer. He's only got a couple of years really to improve. I would hope that he's ready for first team football by age 23. So he's going to sit in our... Oh. Let's talk about something else that you can see on this screen. Not particularly clearly because it's really, really tiny writing at the top. We have a reserve team. They asked us whether we wanted a reserve team, and I said yes. Now I've got a place where players can sit and play and get some experience. We will try and get most of these good prospect players out on loan For new arrivals, we'll keep them in-house for a year as we train them towards the positions that we want to focus on. And then next season we'll loan them out. For players who've been here prior to then, we are trying to loan them out. So players like Bendover, Phil McCracken, Moritz Hoffman, Mark Alker, Tom Uda, they are loaned and they've been added to the development list. Oh, he's not on the development list. Let's add to the development list. Beautiful. We will just get him out the door, get him some experience. So yeah, Dusan Kozak comes in. He'll sit in our reserves, potentially be a backup third choice left back if we need him during the course of the season. Zerachul, his dinner went on too long, lost out in the first mini game. I mean, to be fair, Zerachul, I mean, there's a chance you would have won, but Mr. Grizzly P was on it, picked up a big 5-pointer. Some sensational work there. Well, Smithy, welcome in, my dude. How are you? How are you this evening? Nightcrawler's in over on YouTube as well. Darmstadt can be translated into colon town. Yes, that colon. Indeed, Nightcrawler. We've had plenty of discussion about that before. In fact, I think one of the stream titles at one point referred to it as well. So Kern Hirkens is another player in. He's a deep-lying playmaker, signed for, again, just a few £100,000. They reckon he's going to be Zweite Bundesliga standard, but that's generally means he's got a chance of being professional. He is consistent, which is really, really nice. And a resolute personality as well, which is quite encouraging. Again, he's 19 years old, so only a couple of years more really of development. But he's got the things that I'd kind of like from a playmakery type player in possession. Good passing, good first touch, good vision. Flair is a little bit on the low side. Off the ball is a little on the low side. So we wouldn't necessarily want to use him in a position that's going to impact high in the final third. So we're going to train him as a defensive midfielder. Try and get his tackling and his aggression up a little bit. Positioning, marking up. Obviously, that's difficult because you can't train those elements. Not as an additional focus. You can by training them as in a position. But yeah, I think there's a small chance he could be okay. I'm not sure he's necessarily going to make the grade, but for a few £100,000, we're bringing in players to kind of bulk out our options, maybe a little bit down the line. And then finally, for 675k, the most non-German named player I've ever come across, it's Steve Albert. Now, Steve Albert, 19 years old again, consistency's an issue. Very, very quick, apparently. Acceleration, possesses a fair amount of pace, potential to be a Bundesliga level. Lots of high hope there. Now, attribute-wise, his pace isn't enough that it's off the charts. It's orange, it's elite. But evidently it's in a good range. He can do all the things that I want from somebody who would be described as a winger. He can dribble, he can cross, he can control the ball. Off the ball isn't great. Defensively isn't great. Defensively is the reason why I mention it, because we are going to train him as a right wing back because we don't use wingers in our system. If he had good vision and flair, maybe we'd have looked at him being centrally. But yeah, he is potentially going to be a future right wing back for us. So Mr. Grizzly P says, wait, Papadopoulos. We do have a Papadopoulos in our youth system, a German Papadopoulos in particular, but it's not that Papadopoulos. It's not that Kyriakos Papadopoulos, sadly. Right, Mike says, you like City, but I love what's happening this year. Pep things having 10 5'7" wimps that won't advance the ball past 10 feet in a single pass and can't survive a regular hard tackle is sustainable. It shows how important the profile of player of someone like Rodri is. Surely, if Rodri, I reckon that Rodri could stay injured for the rest of next year, and if Man City carry this way on, he wins the Ballon d'Or again. I think it's the only logical outcome, right? So that's our team. We organised friendly games on stream last time, and then when the new season came round, every single one of these 5 friendlies got cancelled because of a clash of fixtures. Only the Chemie Leipzig game stayed, but pretty consistent across the board. None of those teams are really teams that should be causing us problems. So in some respect, only winning 5-0 is a little bit of a concern. But winning 4-0 at home to Cercle Brugge, amazing. Brugge, sorry, is absolutely incredible. A very, very good performance. So this is what we're looking to run with. So I've checked, when we were doing this on Monday, we had this as an advanced attacking midfielder. I've changed that to an advanced playmaker. I'm going to take Rome from position off to start off with. So an advanced playmaker, a shadow striker, playing off a target forwards. The defensive midfielder is told to hold position, tackle harder. So we've got a back three. Our rest defense stay pretty covered. So I don't like having a defensive midfielder in front of them if I don't need to. That's essentially the thought there. Wing backs asked to cross more often because we've got a target forward. All our central players are told to mark tighter. Taking a little bit of inspiration from Anselmi there. So that's what we're going to be running with. We have Nicholas Sauter wanting to leave because he wants a new contract but doesn't want to be a backup. Alex Garrido asking to leave because he wants a new contract and he was a bit shit last year, so I don't want to give him one. And Ellis Sims unhappy because he wants a new contract, but he wants more than I'm willing to pay for him. So we might have to see how that goes over the next few games. So yeah, we've headed straight up to the first game of the season, DFB Pokal match against Eichede. Who knows? I mean, I imagine there's many of you who do know. Let's be fair. Yeah, let's head in. We're going with a full strength team. We've got a week until the league starts, so this is kind of still a little bit about fitness as well. We hope we're going to win this, right? It'd be a bit embarrassing if we don't. And there is a very, very real chance that this is going to be the only game we win in this stream, because I don't know how well matched up we are going to be against Bundesliga sides. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. 6 minutes late. I do apologise, dear basis. Yeah, it could be a rough season. We'll see. Welsh Smithy says she's doing good. Jorginho is loving life in your Roma save. Your Pirlo replacement only has 4 assists, but key passes, progressive passes are off the chart. Exactly what you want. Oh, Pirlo 2.0 is going well. There we go. Nightcrawler likes to translate everything to the letter in case the result is funny. Mr. Pattern Man. So there you've gone for trying to translate muster. There we go. Perfect. I mean, there's no harm in it, right? That's how we ended up by calling Boris Fortuna the finger. So FC Köln versus Darmstadt would be a thematic derby indeed. Köln versus Cologne. Amazing. Grumple, Andre Brooks on a free transfer. Not bad. Thank you very much. I'm quite happy. He should be a decent addition to that midfield. We've got him starting today. I've got a lot of hope that he's going to be a pretty decent option in that supporting Volante role. So I'm not expecting to be attacking the box too aggressively, but helping push further forwards and support behind players. Brilliant. That's good. That's good. So that's got to be like Anton Guy's 6th injury or so since we signed him last year. He's not injury prone allegedly, just very, very unlucky. So Rich Sun says, as German as Alexis McAllister is Argentinian, or Jose Louis Brown of 1986 fame for that matter. I mean, well, it's the exact thing that's happening in Belgium, isn't it? Is it Korestas? I can't remember his name. The young Greek lad, probably going to end up being a Belgian international, and that hurts a little. We need all the help we can get. Belgium have had their golden generation. That should be it. They shouldn't be allowed to steal people from anyone else now. So is it Argentinian or Argentine? It's surely is Argentine. Is it one of those cases where both is fine? I think both is fine. Gary is still the best McAllister Liverpool ever had. Fair, quality player. Loved him when he was at Coventry. He was one of those players that oozed class. Even till the later days when he was too slow to actually do anything. A quality player. So Vivi calls Rodri Robbery, and everyone else calls Vinny non-Vinny. Vinny calls Rodri Robbery, and everyone calls Vinny non-Vinny. So good you said it twice. That last pronunciation of Eichede was close. Beautiful. So Blue Moon says, I don't suppose you would know of a way to get players' pictures on the tactics screen on your skin. Head on over to the Sports Interactive forums, Blue Moon. There are plenty of posts about it. You need to change a file, which is called something like, it's in the tactics folder, like tactics icon overview pi. Boom, there's a goal. Yeah, I need a generic song for goals. Let me add that back on. Oops. It's just going to be called Sound on My Board. We will go with that one. Stand, scoring like no tomorrow. Stand, the goals are here. Yeah, I'm celebrating a goal against non-league team. Yeah, a very specific file, but you'll probably need to find a version with faces on that you like, because that saves you having to worry with working out different proportions and everything like that. And you just need to end up copying that over, and potentially any other files that it links to. But there is plenty of posts out there on the SI forums that explain it. Mike Muller with the cross. Essa gets up, heads it over. So we're going to win the fucking League Cup. We are indeed. Football Mafia says, how do you get the match summary to show while simulating? Can you elaborate on that a little bit for me, please, Football Mafia? I'm not 100% certain what you're asking there. Selka makes it 2-0, and that means... Davy, come on, Davy's the answer. Because you may be a striker and you score for Darmstadt. Davy Selka. Oh dear God, I'm going to make you guys listen to that for 25 seconds every time he scores. I'm so sorry. So Mike says, I love the back three. From Vanarama South to the Premier League, it works. 2 wide centre-backs and an anchor man with 2 attacking wing-backs is how I got Wrexham to the Prem. Marvellous stuff, Mike, marvellous. Zeratul, Greek won the Euros. They had more than enough for the next 5 generations. Yeah, but could you imagine how fun Zeratul it would be if we actually had some good players as well? Mike says, we great Greeks have 20 in mental attributes, but a 5 in technique. We do the best with what we've given. I mean, some players have 20 in mental attributes. Some players also have like a 1 in things like determination. And probably a 20 in dirtiness as well at times. And that's why I love them. That's why I love them. DM Basis, have we not done Darmstadt Believing? Oh, Avia. We haven't done Darmstadt Believing. That's a good suggestion. A very, very good suggestion. I will save the victory song for winning in the league, but we do have a new victory song, though, I am pleased to say. Rich asks, can we break Selka's legs? That's fair. That's fair. Or get Lundberg to sign. If only we hadn't revealed his attributes. It's Crodmo in. Welcome in, Crodmo. Wait, what? Unannounced Thursday stream? Why was Crodmo not informed? I mean, Crodmo, you were informed. You read you sent me a message after I posted on Discord yesterday, and in that message on Discord it said it will be tomorrow. Yeah, we've created loads. That's cool. Right, we've used up 1 substitution already. Andre Brooks is for fitness, so let's use this to get Bonch some game time and Sim some more game time. So those 2 players are all fully fit. We will try and get both Skitter and Forkel on in the second half, I think. We are going to increase the mentality. Let's see if we can get a 3rd goal, kill it off nice and early on into the half. Dan Basis says, I really wanted to go with a back 3 and wing backs. You've opted for Slash. Beautiful. But we don't have any good wing backs and first window is off. That seems like an issue. Although, surely that just means play wingers there. If you've got, go with a back three and then just chuck the wingers out wide. Let them, oh, Rashidi. Oh, that was a little embarrassing. Bless him. Yeah. Wingers are just wing backs that don't know they're wing backs yet. FMGNG's in, welcome in, my dude. How are you, sire? I assume you're going to be keeping an eye on the who is it? Who? Why's the name escaped me? They're 1-0 up after the first leg. They're playing tonight. Why has that just completely gone from my mind? I assume you're going to be keeping a track on that anyway. What a story if they get through. 1-0. They're at home for the second leg. Amazing. Nightcrawler's a fan of a 3-4-3 with 2 defensive wingers. And then I don't know if it's cut off. Okay. I can see it on my lovely little chat interface, but you've since leaked it there. There we go. Ellis Sims. That means we can do this.
Sims scores, Sims with no fear. Sims for Darmstadt, Sims with the winner. Sims scores if it's home or away. Maybe tomorrow the good Lord knows you can play.
Boom. Boom. There we go. So I'm at 20 in heading. Problem is you have 1 jumping reach and 0 bravery. If the ball's at this height, you're going to be incredible. And there's no one around you. Shamrock Rovers, that's who it is. Mike says that Greeks also have 20 in referee shenanigans and league shiftiness, but that's a whole other matter. Yeah, we don't talk about. Well, I mean, Marinakis is his own thing. Let's not talk about him. Bonch with a shot, trying to make it 4 just wide. Right, the hour mark seems like a good time to bring on Nathan Skitter. And Roman Essa can come off. He's not at full fitness yet. So I would have liked to have probably should have kept him on for a little bit longer. We're going to keep Linson on because he signed very late in pre-season. So he really, really does need game time. Probably just before the 75th minute, we'll bring on Forkel. Right, Rashidi coming forwards and gets tackled quite easily. So I didn't read that bit. Ceretral, Credmo was born to lead, not to read. There we go. Mike, we also... Yep, so I did read that. Rich, just as midfielders are inverted wingbacks and they don't know it yet. Exactly. Credmo, also fun fact, your cancellation message from yesterday on Discord does not mention tonight. Oh, does it not? I thought it did. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. You are entirely right. I do apologise. I thought it did. Can you see the general announcements channel? Because it's definitely in the general announcements channel tonight. But I don't know. So Mr. Grizzly P wants it to have the scream. You don't want to hear that. You really don't want to hear that. I did go for it. But Sims with the header at the back post. I forgot to make the change. So there we go. There's Forkel on. Yeah, I did try. It's the same reason why there isn't a yeah at the end of Helter Skelter / Davy Selker. Because the yeah sounded really, really wank. And when you compare it to the rest of it, if it's worse than the rest of it, that's a bad sign. 3-0 seems to be solid. Not necessarily a great result, but not awful. Okay, that was wonderful, Stern Basis. That is very kind. I definitely wouldn't go that far. It is something that happened. So Nightcrawler says, to complete my broken off comment with the 3-4-3 and defensive wingers, it doesn't matter how many stars they have in that position. It doesn't matter if they're wingers or fullbacks. They will simply be amazing. Perfect. Drew's in. Welcome in, Drew. Lovely to see you, my dude. I'm very well. How are you? Lovely to have you here. They will simply be amazing. This is carrying on Nightcrawler's comments. If they are runny boys and worky boys. You gotta love... Well, I'll be honest, I like a dribbly boy more than anything else, but that's a runny boy, right? Kind of similar. Yeah, Yes, you can, and it says that you're live now, but not before that. Yes, I said that I did that to... Yeah. All G&G's a Dundalk fan. So, but any and all representation of the league in Europe is surely a good thing, right? Surely a good thing. So Bam Bam is intrigued by their progress, but want them to crash and burn. So surely from an Irish perspective, the best scenario, right, is that they somehow get all the way to the final and then lose 9-0. Like, that would work, right? That's got to be the right solution. Like, against a non-league team, 3-0 is fine. I would have liked more. I am scared that we're not scoring more. But that's kind of been our way, isn't it? Right, Gay is out for 4 weeks. How many injuries has that been now? We signed him. Summer 28. Broken ribs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. After 7 injuries, are they going to call him injury prone yet? They're not. They're still not. And he just signed a new contract. We've gone in typical. Nothing great there. So for the league, we need to get Linson registered. Yeah, that's a little annoying. But as I said, we've signed that young winger who we're going to be retraining. He is our third choice. Well, kind of. Nürnberger can play at right wing back as well. So he's kind of our fourth choice, and Nürnberger would be our third choice. So we've kind of got some cover. So FMG&G is always happy to see Irish clubs progress. This helps the league overall. That's the grace I want to see. Right, defensive winger with an inverted wing back on underlap. That wing back literally moves all over the pitch. Needs a stamina of 25, but it's glorious to watch. Sounds fun. Thomas Lynn says, Dribbly boy, you must love Messi then. I absolutely love Messi. I am quite happy to put myself out there and say that in the Messi versus Ronaldo debate, it is Messi by a country mile. Eunice says, non-league team or not, a football game is a football game. We celebrate as if it's a cup final. I love your positivity. I'm like, no, we need to be graceful and demure. So Bam Bam's crash and burn generally, but yeah, I do want them to progress in Europe. So Nightcrawler, my dribbly boys are any combination of 3 out of advanced forward, shadow striker, false 9, winger attack, or inside forward, depending on the opponent's setup. Sounds good, nice and flexible. We can skip past those. We just want them building up the database. Drew's all good. Glad to hear. Pleased to be here on an otherwise very miserable Tuesday night. I've got some great news for you, Drew. It's Thursday evening. Let's not make the week longer. Exactly. I was going to say. Oh, it's even better if you think it's a Tuesday. Now you've just made the week shorter. The best way to get it wrong. So Bam Bam says, for the profile of the league, the impact on the coefficient, solidarity payments, and hopefully a distraction from the league. Works always round, right? It can only be a good thing. Mike says the best dribbly boys are the Zidane types, not the knockball past opponent types. A target man and a playmaker all in one. See, now I like players that can work in tight spaces, but they need to be able to also, like, if you've got great feet that you can suck players in nice and tight to you and then explode away, like that's an incredible combination. An absolutely unstoppable combination, I would even say. So Mr. Grizzly P says it's already Friday here. Fair point. And Friday is virtually the weekend, right? So it's technically you might as well just consider it the weekend. Who cares about work tomorrow? Right, we can use... So I've set up friendlies for the reserve team because obviously, although we've got a reserve team, they're in a fixtures. Sorry, they're in a non-active league, so that doesn't generate fixtures. So now we have a reserve team. We can use that for our lovely guys on the fringes to keep them nice and fit. Bonch, Skitter and Forkle and Sims will all get game time. So he's generally, if a player is fit, we will give them 45, I think. If they're not, we'll give them just 60 because there will be a game at the end of the week. 60 and 60. Okay, marvellous. Darmstadt captain. Oh yes, we absolutely make Selke captain. Yeah! Davy Selke. Beautiful. Right, we've got an ad break coming up. I spent so long talking about transfers at the beginning of the stream. Cool. So for those that don't know, I disappear, I go and poison myself, I go and refill my drinks and stuff. I will see you in roughly about 3 minutes, where we will come back and we'll play a little mystery minigame as redeemed by DM Bassist. See you shortly. Right, we're back. As promised, a mystery minigame. We're going to play a little round of top 10. So let's explain how this works for anyone who maybe hasn't seen this before. You might be familiar with the game Tenable. It's essentially the same thing as that. In a short while, I'm going to give you a criteria, and you need to name the top 10 players that match that criteria. Just pop them in chat. You do need to spell the player's name correctly. But it doesn't matter about like case. It can be all uppercase, all lowercase, a mixture. If they've got an accent in the name, you can include that accent, or you could just write the corresponding letter without an accent. It will all pick up exactly the same. It is fastest finger first. So beware that you've got people out there who are going to be competing for you. So maybe if you see the criteria and you think you know a obscure one, maybe go for that one first rather than having to race someone to some of the more obvious options. So without any further ado, let's reveal today's criteria, and that criteria is most assists for Villarreal according to transfermarkt.com. So how well do we know our Villarreal players? Now transfermarkt.com definitely covers assists going back into the 90s, and so for those guessing Riquelme, and it's Mr. Grizzly P who's got in there first, it absolutely is. But it's not. Why is it not picking up? What's going on there? Oh, interesting. Right, you guys are getting correct guesses. First up, you are getting correct guesses. Why is it not? Interesting. It's no longer connected to OBS. What's happening there? Oh, here's where it all goes. Reconnect. Connect. No, now I have to. I don't remember what order these people are in. So we have correct guesses with Riquelme, Santi Cazorla, Alberto Moreno. Forlan unfortunately is not, I'm afraid to say. Cani is from Zerachul there. Parejo is as well. Rossi was in at number 10. Now, Bainer, we've already had Bainer, I think. Cani, Bainer, I see what you've done. You've tried to squeeze them in together there. Parejo, okay, we've got those. We've got Chukwueze as well, which is marvellous. And Trigueros. So I know we have Giuseppe Rossi was in there. That was with Bruno Soriano. We have a correct guess for Santi Cazorla, for Gerard Moreno, for Cani, for Manu Trigueros, for Alex Bainer, for Danny Parejo, for Samuel Chukwueze, for Juan Roman Riquelme, and then there is one left over. And it's Mr. Grizzly P that's picked it up as I was saying them. It is indeed Mario Gaspar. Marvellous. So, Nightcrawler, you asked, is capitalisation considered part of spelling? No, that's what I mean by it doesn't matter if it's all uppercase or lowercase or a mixture. You don't have to worry about capitalisation whatsoever. You did get the wrong spelling of Chukwueze. But you might still get it anyway because I had to panic, and I counted that when I was reading out. So you got away with it. That's a bugger because that means another game a little bit later might not work. That'll be something I might have to look at in the break. Marvelous. That went well, right? You guys got through that in an amazing time. You got through all 10. I mean, picking up Mario Gaspar at the end there, beautiful stuff. Tim Baser says, nah, Zerachul got it properly. Okay, well, I'm going to, when I look back, I will see. If Zerachul got the correct spelling before I said Chukwueze's name, which he might well have done, because I was just reading down the list at the time, I don't know when they came through, then Zerachul will get the points. If it was after I said Chukwueze, then DM Basis gets the points, I think is the way I'm going to work that. So marvellous stuff. Now, before we went away, there were some chats that I did miss, so I do apologise. I will try and get back to them a little bit if possible. There was a wonderful conversation about the best players in the world: Iliman Ndiaye, Jake O'Brien, Dominic Calvert-Lewin. I don't know. I'm not going to be convinced. I'm not going to be convinced, because how can you say all of them when you've got Ashley Young in the squad? Surely Ashley Young is the greatest of all time, right? Surely. And now Drew was saying, did you ever think it was Thursday and found out it's only Tuesday? Now that's rough. Far too often. Far too often. It's the word. Okay, maybe not 2 days, but definitely there's been many days where I've woken up thinking it's like Thursday or Friday and it's been a day before. And that hits you like a ton of bricks when you realise. Like that is such a deflating feeling. And then before we started the game, I see that Richard asked that what does Crodmo think has actually changed on the surface between Dykes and Moyes? And so Crodmo says that he's got us to play in the opposition half rather than our own, encourage the players to pass more rather than hoof it, just generally supported and given the players confidence. So how much of those things do you think is like a tactical change in terms of, is he asking them to pass more in the opposition half, or is it the confidence? Is it that by giving them more confidence, they're being more enterprising and therefore they're doing the things that Dyke might have wanted them to do, but they just weren't? Right, so into our first game of the season. It's going to be a home game. We can feel quite fortunate, in fact. Our first game of the season is a home game against Union Berlin. Now, Union Berlin finished just not... Okay, I thought they were close to the relegation zone. They finished in 12th, 8 points ahead of the relegation zone last season. So this has got to be the kind of game that we feel like we need to be targeting. Something that we're going to be fighting against maybe only a small handful of teams. As the home games against those kind of bottom half teams are games that we're really going to want to pick up points. If we take a look at the season preview, okay. Predicted to finish 15th. That's not bad. Yeah, I mean, okay, look at this. 700, 800, 900, 900. The three promoted teams and Heidenheim are expected to battle it out. And then there's a massive gap. 300 to 1, 250, 200 between the bottom four, and then Bremen, Berlin, Freiburg, Gladbach, Hoffenheim. So, yeah, these kind of teams here, probably from Cologne downwards, those are the home games that we want to be picking up points. We obviously want to pick up the full 18 points possible from these games. And yeah, try and get as much as we can out of those ones. Let's have a look at transfer activity. Where do we rank up? So, Bayern Munich have made 165 million net this transfer window, selling Matthias de Ligt for 112 million and Badruddin Buonani for 70 mil. Steshko's finally got his move to Arsenal in 2029. It's eventually happened. What's the biggest in? Dortmund signing William Pacho for 70 million euros. That's a big signing. Now, Dortmund are the reigning champions. Leipzig signed James Agbo from Leicester. I don't recognise that name, and that's because he's a new gen. Came through in Nigeria, moved to Denmark. Had a pretty decent season in Denmark there. Got a big move to Leicester. Had a pretty decent season at Leicester. Got a massive move to Leipzig. Nice. So fun fact, Ashley Young is not the youngest of all time. Well pointed out, Nightcrawler. Well pointed out. The DM basis spent the first hour at work thinking it was Friday today, so there's that. Oh, that's grim. I'm sorry. I can only apologise. So Cromwell says a little from column A, a little bit tactical, a little from column B, I expect, in terms of getting them to believe in themselves. Chris Richards was at Dortmund, sold to Sporting. Michael Karbanik to Augsburg is a big move. João Fonseca to Dortmund. So he's gone from Benfica to Eindhoven to Dortmund. That seems like a reasonable career path. Kimmich's been sold. Somerville was signed by Dortmund and now signed to Frankfurt. Ilias Akamatch has gone to Leipzig. Leipzig spending big. Was that a loan to Inter? It was. That's a case of a player getting a big money move and then not playing. So maybe a chance for him to bring his career back. Then there's our sale of Vata there. Our big in, Clinton, is a long way down on that list. We could be in for a long season. That's all I'm saying. Right, so Mr. Grizzly P says, Roman was the first player my brother and I ever signed back in our first Champ Man, which was 97-98, if I remember correctly. That's quite cool. That's quite cool. I'm trying to... Can I think of who... I definitely remember... I don't know if it's the first player I ever signed in Champs, but I certainly have a memory of signing Inzaghi on Champs Italia, and then him missing loads of chances. Lowell Seaman, Dennis Seaman, indeed. You'll see yourself out. No, don't see yourself out. Wonderful. Perfect name to laugh at. Right, here we go. Here we go. Our first Bundesliga game against FC Union Berlin with Ben Brereton Diaz up front, Neo Duki in defence, and Diego Lerte. Robin Gersons is still playing. Alex Kral. Some good players there. Some good players there. Let's talk about the fans, and let's tell them that I expect them to play good football. And let's enjoy the moment. Let's enjoy the moment. So Nightcrawler asks, does the Volante and the Shadow Striker in the same channel generally work out for you? Yes, I find that's quite nice. The Volante on support doesn't try and attack the box as much, so he tends to be in that space behind, and that kind of helps just with recycling the ball and maybe creating things a little bit further behind, which I quite like. So Zerachul says the BG today should be, will we hear the victory song today while playing league games? I don't think so. I don't think so. There we go. So 15th is good, and as a competent human manager, you'll do better than that. I hope, but I'm not so sure. So Rashidi, like, can we do anything with the opening thing? See, as soon as I even start commentating on the game, we then give it away. So 1993 joke. Which do women prefer, flowers or semen? Mike, sometimes it's just better playing for a new manager just because the entire squad has already turned the previous manager out a month ago. Also known as Mourinho after a few years on the same team. Some might even suggest Tuchel as well. There gets a point where it's dead. It doesn't work anymore. Right, Brooks on the edge of the area takes a shot with his weaker right foot, deflects into Diego Leite. Inter, you mean Blue Neri? I stand corrected. Kemlin with a free kick into the side netting. That's all right. That's all right. Rich likes Seaman because he's spunky. Right, Mbamba trying. Right, Brooks. That's a great catch. Muller is on a yellow card already, so let's get him to ease off tackles. An encouraging start to the game so far. We're probably going to say some nice words to the lads in a few moments. Let's see what happens with this highlight. Schmidt is going to turn back, finds a veer into Brooks, loses out to Kemline. Schaffer now to Gersons. That's got to be nice and safe, right? Good. Sahinovic plays it forwards. Chance to break. Here's Brooks inside. He could have made it to SA. Who is SA? SA! Yay! That was rubbish. DM basis, Seaman getting lobbed from distance. Beautiful. Drew remembers signing Marcelo Salas. Oh, what a player. I think before he left Chile in real life. Slinson. Oh, Kudakyov. What a save. Yeah, Marcelo Salas. What a player. That's where your love affair with the game began. Reasonable. Right, time to hammer the shit Berlin team. We can only hope. There's already been some big saves so far. The imposter Berlin team. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, that's fine. They have Brereton Diaz up front. I hate them even more. I mean, yeah, your description of him is something I definitely agree with. Just, I'm sure he's the kind of player that if he plays for your team, you'd like. But he doesn't play for my team, and therefore he's a really, really disgusting piece of work on the football pitch. And it might be okay if he was actually any good. Right, Mike says, has there ever been a more identifiable football look than David Seaman? Carlos Valderrama, maybe? That seems fair. I'd also say possibly someone like Rajan Nangalan and Marek Hamšík. Their mohawks were very, very identifiable. Selka! Yukov is amazing. We're doing good. We're doing good, lads. We are doing good. I mean, yeah, it's 11 shots, 0.51 XG doesn't seem great, but that's 2 incredible saves at least. A couple of good saves as well. We're creating chances. Right, we've had lots of shots, that's good. Not going to change anything immediately, but I think maybe 5-10 minutes into the half, we look to increase the tempo, perhaps. Just maybe see if we can get some more chance against the less settled defence. We've had 60% ball share, so we can risk losing a little bit of control in that sense. That is, if it's still 0-0 around the 55-minute mark. And here comes Ritsu Doan. Ritsu Doan loses out to Muller. Essa into Selka. He's dropped deep, finds Brooks. Essa across to Linson. Linson, what's he going to do here? He's going to play it out wide to Rashidi. Rashidi cuts inside, finds Mbamba. Brooks on the edge of the area, just over. Just over. So, tempo up. Oh, it automatically unpaused for me. That's nice. Crowell's been booked. They've got a couple of players booked now as well as Linson's free kick goes over. Right, probably around the 70-ish minute mark, we're going to bring Muller off. Round here because of his yellow card. I want to take ease off tackles off. Now, who do I prefer out in that position between Nürnberger and Brooks? I should have probably worked this out before, but both can play out there. Both are good at crossing, at dribbling. Both, they're virtually the same player, right? Nürnberger's better aerially and better at tackling. So I will pop him out at left back. Now, Selka hasn't scored. I like Selka. Let's bring on Sims as well. Sims, let's tell him that he's going to score the goal. So hopefully go there. Mr. Grizzly P suggests Taribo West for iconic hair. Absolutely, a great shout. Rene Higuita as well suggests Reggae Boy Gaming. Another amazing shot. Iconic look reminded me of Coming to America Soul Glow. There's a real Rick James element to his look for sure. By the way, the Siebes, thank you very much for following a little while ago. I do apologise, I didn't shout it out immediately. And to CBLH Sasavota, really, really appreciated. As Rashidi comes forward, sends it in. Sims is there. He's hit the... It's not going to be our day. It's not going to be our day. It's not going to be our day, lads. It's not going to be our day. Here comes Nürnberger. Into Linson. Linson's going to play it back out, surely. Now Nürnberger can whip it in, or not. He can hold it up, find Essay. Essay turns, finds Brooks. Brooks tipped over. Oh. Catch 22, welcome in, my dude. And thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. I really, really enjoyed it. It's lovely to do. I'm always going to feel a little bit sad because I had this idea for animating. So you know that I have to use loads of stills. I wanted instead to use player tracking to then overlay animated elements on top of it and take away the footage underneath so you could have everything shown as if it was actually footage without having to worry about copyright. I spent probably close to 30 hours on that and it looked shit. hopefully I can work out the kinks, and the next time it comes along, it'll be better. Right, on comes Skitter, and Forkel as a right wing back. Let's push it up to attacking, and we'll drop the tempo. 83 minutes. Come on. Hey, we can do this. We can do this. Or not. Come on, one chance. Just one chance to go in. Yeah, that's time. We're over injury time now. Surely we can't do anything here. As he crosses it in, Schaefer gets it clear. The referee blows the whistle. FC Union Berlin were absolutely put to the sword. Absolutely put to the sword. But we couldn't finish off our chances. 1.28 XG from 22 shots isn't great. But we hit the post. Kujakov made some excellent saves. Damn. 146 final third passes against 22. We dropped points. There is no doubt about it. I'm going to have to say, I'm going to have to be negative. I'm going to have to be negative because we need to use these early games to understand the standard. And the standard says that we need to win those games. We need to win those games. What a encouraging start. So we've got Freiburg up next, away from home. That's going to be a tricky game without a doubt. So let's head on in. Right, so Crobmo thought it was good as well. Thank you very much. Mr. Grizzly Pete, it's only fitting that Higuita was truly a super freak. Indeed. Right, this is the FMing of FMings. It was I was really looking forward to the celebration song as well. We might not get to hear it. There were like 3 separate times I was like, that was slick. I'm genuinely like, I know I'm very, very critical of my own work, so that makes me very happy. Thank you very much. Right, coach applicants. We have some coaching jobs available. I would like to find someone playing a narrow 3-4-3 if we can, but if not, a wide 3-4-3, attacking balance is okay. We sometimes play balanced, pressing more often. Where has Alexander Raff been before then? He's spent 12 years at Heidenheim. He's light-hearted. I like Alexander Raff already. I like the idea of us having someone within the coaching team who would be light-hearted, someone who's enjoyable to be around. Right, Andy Reid, that's a no. A cautious 4-4-2 I am not interested in. Rainer Widmeyer, a 4-4-2 diamond isn't what we're looking for, I'm afraid. Crescito, definitely not looking for a 4-2-3-1. Gianluca Conte plays a 5-3-2. That's slightly different. He's also very cautious, so that's a no. Tonda Eckhart, 4-4-2. 4-4-2 diamond. Now, I could just see this way, but I like clicking into the profiles. Ulf Haferlinger, another 4-4-2. Chicho Pelach, it's a 3-4-3, but he's cautious. And Manuel Cardoni, a 4-3-3. Right, let's bring in Alexander Raff. 4.5k. Yeah, there we go. That was easy, right? That was nice and easy. Cashway, kudos for canning the stuff that wasn't quite ready. That's not easy to do. What remained felt super polished. I mean, it's... thank you again. Thank you. It's... Thankfully, I can keep hold of... Actually, like Rich says, have I been working on FM24 on the sly? Indeed, because what I was about to say sounds very much like their statement to... Sega's statement in their presentation, which is the good thing is I've been able to keep the assets so I can work on it. I think I've worked out some of the issues. So one of the elements is, right, we can do the tracking of players, but I need something to represent the pitch. And if you're trying to use one image for the pitch that then moves, it can't be a straight picture of the pitch, it's curved, and you need to work out. So I think I kind of managed to get the shape of the pitch right so that I could pan, but I couldn't get the rotation right. So I think I know how to do that, which would be to essentially then draw round as if it's a full circle. So I've got I'm boring you with sorry, I'm boring you. I think I've got a solution for once we get to the next one. We'll see. I'll probably spend another 30 hours, break down, and and that's yeah. It'll be like 2 years before I get it to work properly. So it's the first point, says Erchel. It is the first point. We can be happy and positive about that. This is it. Every point is a good point when you're newly promoted. That's true. And it's also like a draw is a neutral outcome as well. So it's not going to tank our morale if we draw many games during the course of the season. That's not necessarily going to be harmful. Right, performance analysts doesn't really matter as much. I will again look at formations. Alessandro Essa, already a good option to start off with. Yep, Alessandro Essa, the 20-year-old it is. He wants 150, the 20-year-old demanding 150,000 euros a year, and he's going to get it. Right, for the reserves, we want to get those players on the fringes out there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, yeah, I should have just unpicked the whole bench, really. For the whole game, for half a game, 60. We'll try and get these guys 60 minutes as well. 45 for each of these lads. I assume they're playing. I didn't actually check after the last game, last friendly. Yes, they did they did put those players into the lineup. That's okay. So Mike says N'Golo Kante was pretty unique looking too. The groundskeeper at Leicester mistook him for a 12-year-old when he arrived and tried to find a taxi to take him to a police station to locate his parents. I was going to say, but I didn't think there was anything unique. But yes, he does look like a child, bless him. Zerachul says the manager is a sourpuss. I think we should sack him and hire some real talent like Ten Hag. That's understandable. Put me out my misery. So Catch22 asks, does this tactic turn into a 3-1-6 in possession? Not really. I mean, as we saw during the game, like Brooks was picking up the ball in these kind of areas there, and Bamba is only a little bit further behind. So it stays as kind of a 3-2-5. But Brooks can find himself a little bit pushing up in the later phases to the edge of the box. So I wouldn't go so far as to call it a 3-1-6. It is very much a 3-2-5 in most of our established possession, but we just have a little bit of that flexibility with the movement. Right, another injury, 1 to 3 days. He should be back in time. Oh, he will definitely be back in time. In fact, that's all right. Eunice says, is this Conte related to the Antonio Conte? I'd assume so. And Mr. Grizzly, please, already answered. He said his brother assistant. And they had the same face, right? That Conte, like the face, even the hair wasn't that dissimilar. That kind of like mid-length. Right, Skitter now as well. So we can bring up from the reserves Tom Uda. Tom Uda is a youth prospect that looks kind of okay. Gets into opposition areas, described as a false 9. He can pass, good first touch, good flair, vision, off the ball finishing. He's someone that seems to have really come on whilst he was down in the under-19s. So he can move up here and just make sure. Did I move him to the right squad? Oh yeah, because it's from Yeah, because it's a reserve team, it counts as a different thingy, doesn't it? It's actually got to like physically move him across. Because he's going to need to be there for like 4 or 5 weeks potentially. Just make sure he's registered. I did register him, and I gave him a number. I haven't given him a number, so he can get number 20. Nice and easy, that. And we've got a new performance analyst. Marvellous stuff. Marvellous. Right, so Blue Moon says, would be fun to see if you could do that in a 3D animation software, to be honest. Like, yep, that would be brilliant. I mean, I'm getting old, though, now, Blue Moon. Trying to learn new software might be a little beyond me. But yeah, so I originally tried to use the video editing software to use their tracking tools, which wasn't great. So I just did it by keyframe, literally one frame after the other, manually for 22 players for like 3 minutes of analysis. I needed to get a life. I definitely need to get a life. Mike says, I love draws. They drive my American friends crazy. That's as good a reason as any, let's be fair. Especially league games where there's no overtime. No, we are not interested in selling Rashidi. Oh, we got some money. Fraser Hornby has been sold for €4 million, and we got 20% of the profit. So that's not awful. He's done quite well, to be fair. He's done very well for himself in the Kuchen Campion division. Yeah, good on him. Good on him. And that gives us €420,000 over time. Finance-wise, that means our transfer budget is now up to 1.19 million. Woo! We're rich. Rich, I tell you. As a Tottenham fan, I will always love Conte and his exit rant. That's fair. That's fair. See, Catch-22 is upset. Draws are just cringe. Is it too much like it's participation? Participation is the right word. I am definitely a little frazzled today. Is it too much like a participation trophy? Is that the issue? So Blue Moon's done loads of animation in Blender. I find it fun in a sadistic way. I mean, surely is that the only way you can find fun, to be fair, in 3D animation? Is it has to require just a little bit of sadism, just a little, or at least masochism. Cool. Cool. That's why we signed Stefanov. That's why we've got a third choice striker in a one striker system. I mean, I say that, but also, like, let me mute the mic. That felt better. That felt better. Oh, like we can endure like the 5 to 6 week injuries. That's absolutely fine. Right, our transfer budget remaining isn't great because we signed all those youngsters. Well, I mean, the youngsters were only like 800,000 altogether or something. Loans. Let's look at deep line forwards. Let's look at target forwards. Let's look at complete forwards. And let's look at pressing forwards. So possible. I would like experienced players if possible. Now, Fagir here is described as an advanced forward. He's 6'1". Might be like fine from a physical profile point of view. Scored 2 goals last season for Hamburg, but only started 3 games. Doesn't look like he'd necessarily be the answer. Amin Sarr, another advanced forward. Now, David Kalnacki. That might be better. 32 years old, 6'1", good at penalties, doesn't struggles for strength. Has barely played for Cologne since signing for them. Before then, he scored basically bugger all. So that's where we go. So Danny's in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you? Conte spoke for a lot of your fan base. I mean, there is a lot of suggestion that people are very much still on that same bandwagon, that same opinion when it comes to Daniel Levy, for sure. How do I feel about young strikers? I think we've got one. 16-year-old Uwe Bora. No, we have another one. I swear I had someone was like 6'1". Werner Schweitzer, who's a ball-winning midfielder, apparently. Yeah, that's all right. We don't need a new striker. That's absolutely fine. We've got Stefanov in release. We can just change our approach a little bit. If we need to, we can look at using Forkel or Essa or Skitter as maybe like an advanced forward type, and work around that. We could possibly use Uda as a false 9, something like that. So, catch 22. One of my buddies calls any game ending in a tie a sister kisser. Why would anyone draw out a draw any longer? That's a fair question, Mr. Grizzly P. Right, so Catch 20 says, learn to love the draws as well. You've got to embrace them. You've got to embrace them. Zealand is holding on line 1. As I said, the problem is look at those options we get for loans. And like if we want to get someone in who's, say, like transfer listed at another club, and we want them in as a short-term loan, someone with experience, they're on the fringes. Like, it'll end up costing us as much as buying them, just in the loan fees. Loans are dead. Loans are dead now. Right, Azaka says, about getting rich, I just got a 200 million transfer budget with a 500k wage budget with Everton after avoiding relegation in the first season. Did you get a takeover? Yeah, indeed. He must have got a takeover, right, Azaka? Because like Everton often get, because of their situation with, what's his name, Crodmo? What's your dodgy Russian bloke that meant that you were kind of holding water until the Friedkin group came in real life? But yeah, so they're always up for sale at the beginning of the game, aren't they? I think. Loans. So Eunice wants loans as well. Which, if I was king, I'd go back to indefinite replays like Sheffield Wednesday versus Arsenal in 1979, which took 4 replays to decide it. Proper football. Like, do you get penalised if you can't then fulfill other games? So like, if you have indefinite replays, there's the possibility that another team suffers because their game against you gets rescheduled. Or do you like bunch all the replays at the end of the season? That'd be fun. Like, you play a normal season, no reorganised games. And then at the end of the season, you've got like a 2-week window to squeeze in all your replays. It's up to the clubs to sort them out. You have to negotiate the replays yourself to fit in that 2-week window. If you can't fit the game in that window, you lose a point for every cancelled game. So you can't just say, okay, we both just don't arrange it and we just stay with 0 points. You actually get punished for not playing the replay. That's my suggestion. Definitely fully thought out. Definitely fully thought out. Right, Sakai says, with loans, I always wait for deadline day, always find a good deal then. That's fair. Usmanov, that's the guy. Peter Ustinov, that's it. Same person, right? Same person. Rich, his kids used to go to the junior part of a school I taught at, was often seen picking them up. Is that Gary Speed? Right, okay, that's quite cool. DM Basis says that any draws should be settled by the old school style MLS penalty shootouts, the hockey style ones with the run-up. Okay, I can get on board with that. Right, Adam's in. Welcome in, my dude. Lovely to see you. How are you? I can't be around much this evening, but wanted to stop in and say hi, and I'll be back later if I can. Hello. There you go. So, Mike, this is a great opportunity for fan promotion. Win an online challenge, become the backup striker for Darmstadt. Quite possibly. Maybe it's what we'll need to do. We'll see how we get on. Well, the transfer... Oh, not that one. That one. The transfer window's close to closing. We'll see maybe if something pops up then. But I think we can get by with what we've got. Right. Sauter, Maushan, Nürnberger, Garrido, Bonch, Uda, Forkel, Stefanov. And we can bring up one of those youngsters as well. Now, Mark Alki is left-footed, so he can come onto the bench. Everyone's fit and ready to go. We're early in the season, so we don't have our scout reports. It's up against a 4-3-3. Right, time for our second game. Let's see if we can put behind us the misery of the last game. Matches Ginter is still playing. Lord knows how old he is. They've got Ben Sabayini. That's a quality player. Kjell Watson's pretty decent as well. Dennis Undov up front. Fabian Rees. Yeah, well, we'll go with what they say, and we'll say I have faith rather than be as expecting away from home. This is going to be our first win. Look at Mika and his lovely big blonde hair. So Osaka, the club was taken over by a Korean and has a Saudi club budget. I mean, what every Everton fan hopes for, right? So, Mr. Grizzly P, where they run from the middle of the park, talking about the penalties. Yep, indeed. That was a serious idea 2 to 3 decades ago as an alternative to penalties. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Una says we've got tough games coming. We do indeed, but as I said, outside of like those maybe 4 or 5 games, most of these games are going to seem tough. They're all going to be against teams that, you expect are going to beat us. So I'd like us to get 3 points on the board early if we can. And can Selke help us? His header's just over. They've got Mantle in goal. That's going to be tough. By the way, this was a long time ago. Speed's kids will be, yes, very much adults now. Bam Bam, based on the finishing against Union, I'm not sure you can get on without another striker. Well, that's what Stefanov is here for. So evidently Stefanov is going to step up and take his opportunity. He's just been waiting. Or, as I said, we might end up using... We've got players in the attacking midfield positions that could potentially do something a little different. Maybe we stumble upon something that's more effective for us. Now, right now, it's not exactly been a game full of quality, but we are we are in relative control. Not many chances, just the 4, but they've only had 1 shot at home. So we can feel reasonably positive about that. But we're not creating enough chances. So rather than increase the tempo this time round, we're going to try and be more creative. And see how this goes in the second half. So Marco Latkovic is in. Welcome in. 4-2-3-2 DM wide. Which suits better attacking width, narrow or wide? In a 4-2-3-1 DM wide. So attacking width is about passing intent, Marco. So it doesn't... Your Undov is in behind. Undov hits the post. We've got lucky there. So what's going to impact your width most is going to be your choice of roles. So if you've got players that are staying wider, like wingers, or I think complete wing backs have stay wider and roam from position. or maybe with personal construction. That's going to play a much bigger part on how wide you play in possession. Whilst attacking width, it tends to involve where you intend to play the ball and the passes. Roll behind, Sirnovic makes the save. 2 big chances straight away. I mean, they had that chance before we could shout focus after the first chance. Right, here comes the corner. Reese now, out to Lambord. Lambord, though, Selke is the man there, making the challenge, and we come away with it. Some big, big chances there. Big chances. Right, shit the Boda. 20 game was Z, then 3 goals from the 93rd to 96th minute. Crazy. Right, Watson's had a chance now. We are going back. You're taking Be More Expressive off. I'd rather... Reese, over. It's completely changed. The game has completely changed since half-time. What has changed, though? Freiburg made no changes. There's nothing ostensibly different. In fact, since we've made that change, they haven't had another shot. So it was just us being expressive that kind of turned the game around in their favour, it looks like. Right, Schmidt into Brooks. Back to Avia. And Bamba faced up. Back to Schmidt. Schmidt. Play it to Schiffel. Get into that gap there. Too slow. But here's Linson. Plays the pass. Selke. It's a crazy challenge. What on earth's up there? It's offside. Right, okay. That was a very, very rash challenge. But it was already offside, so it doesn't matter. Right, and Bamba's going to come off. Nürnberger is going to come on. Selke's coming off. Stefanov is coming on for his debut. Essa hasn't been great, so we're going to make 3 changes all at once, right? Oh, no, we're not. Oh, I'd really like Sitter to be the player available on the bench. It's going to be Forkel. Alright, so Nürnberger is the only one that needs speaking to. Try and score a goal. That's why I'm bringing you on as our more defensive midfielder. Right, Rashidi finds Linson. Linson skips. That's a penalty. Avia missed a game in the cup, but he scored like most of his penalties for us since arriving last year. Here we go. Here we go, lads. Gaston Avia. There we go. There we go. He needs to come off penalties. Into the last few moments. We'll bring on... Right. Guido into that position. Young Uda can come on for Linson. We swap these guys round. Again, a point away from home against Freiburg would be a great result. But another game where it's missed opportunities. Right, 4 minutes of injury time, and there's a highlight starting in our half. You know how that makes me feel? Out to Müller. Cool, we've got into their half, and then we lose the ball immediately. Ginter plays it back all the way to Mantle. Mantle into Leinhardt. Ginter. It's going to be a sucker punch. A die comes through, but it skips past one man. It's then held up, though. Ginter. Ginter must be like 40 years old now. Feeds a die once more. He plays it inside to Ronnie. Eggstein, edge the area. Fraulo Sahinovic tips it round the post. Sahinovic has made a couple of big saves for us. That 10-minute spell at the beginning of the second half was huge. Huge. So Mike was saying that Iker Casillas got his opportunity after an injury. He wasn't rated very highly back then, if I remember correctly. One man's misfortune and all that. Exactly. This could be a career-defining moment for Stefanovs. Or maybe Uda. Nürnberg lose out. 4 minutes. There we go. Surely that's it. It is indeed. It is indeed. It's another draw. Another 0-0. See, we wrestle back control there. Missed a penalty. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm going to say, well done. It's an away game against an established team, so I can be positive there. We move up to 2 points. Rashidi, we're going to have to pay... Ooh, we're going to have to pay 35k to Dortmund, potentially. So, who are our next opposition? A nice, easy home game against Borussia Dortmund up next. Then away against Köln. Then home against Leipzig. Away against Wolfsburg. Away against Augsburg. Home against Heidenheim. There is quite possibly that home game against Heidenheim is the next one where we feel like we might have a chance of winning. And by that point, morale could be shot. So let's see. Let's see what happens. Neutral Normie's in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you? Lovely, lovely to see you. Right, yes, let's take Avia off. So Selke, we will just go in order. And yeah, we will hopefully Selke can be more reliable. Oh, So there were suggestions to break his legs. I feel like doing that. That's kind of what I would like to be the response to missing that penalty. But there we go. 2 now. He is dead. That's not Pog, is it? It's not Pog. Right, Mike likes managing in Germany because there's plenty of local talent and the stadium situation is the best outside of England. That's fair. Dirk or Drown has come in and just said, ha 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 ha. Wow. Didn't know that you wanted to be so hurtful, Dirk. Welcome in. Welcome in, my dude. And welcome in, Tom, as well. Yeah. Wow. That's all you can say. All you can say. Mr. Grizzly P has a feeling that the penalty attribute doesn't mean jack. It feels like, I mean, no, okay, so Avia was pretty decent last season for penalty spot. I think he missed 1. Maybe out of like 4 or 5. I think he was around what's expected. It's an 80% success rate, right? So you expect that if you score 4 out of 5, you're doing kind of about right. Let's just have a check. Or whether I've just made that up. He scored 3 out of 4. So yeah, just a little bit underneath. He's doing okay, but that is now 3 penalties out of 6. And he's never taking a penalty again. Never, not even if we're in a penalty shootout and the only players that we have available have negative attributes for penalties, Gaston Avia is still going to be last on that list. So Lugmar asks, how has the Bundesliga been treating us so far? A lot of peck. So we absolutely, we're only 2 games in. We dicked on Union Berlin. I mean, like, it was a cakewalk. We were just standing there with our penis out, just wiping it all over them. We should be in jail for sexual assault. That is how much we dominated the game, but we couldn't score. And then that game against Freiburg, as you've just seen, we weren't that dominant. We had a decent amount of the ball, pretty fair in terms of the amount of chances. Away from home, got to be happy with that. But yeah, the missed penalty hurts. That hurts. DMBase says, in the context of the season, we've gained 2 points from games where we would have went in expecting to get 0 points. That's the problem though, DMBase. It's like Union Berlin are expected to finish around 12, so just 3 points above us. That's one of the games that I expect us to win, or I wanted us to win. Point against Freiburg, that's great. Away from home, that's great. That is really, really fantastic. But I feel right now that we're 1 point down on what we needed. We'll see, though. We'll see. There's plenty of time to pick up a shock result, maybe at Dortmund or one of these games coming up that we weren't expecting to. And we can kind of be in a net positive, maybe. Eunice, unlucky Bundesliga start so far. It feels that way. Or a quality issue. I mean, for those that are around for the Moneyball, AS Moneyball, you'll remember that our first 3 games were brilliant. We were unlucky to draw against AS Roma. We created so many chances. And then once morale hit, it was all downhill from there. So, Cockix Mail says, can't listen to the audio as my girlfriend is in the shower in our hotel room. Schifferl is hopefully an amazing signing. He always seems to perform exceptionally in the Austrian Bundesliga when I have it loaded. Hope he can deliver for you. I'm delighted we've got him. I am very, very delighted we've got him. Right, okay. We have an ad coming up. So I will be going and... Well, I'm going to be emptying my bladder, refilling my drink, grabbing a snack. So I will see you guys in about 3 minutes. And that will hopefully be coming up pretty much right on time for a game against Dortmund. I'll see you shortly. Right, we're back. So we're going to try out a round of Player Smash. I think I've managed to fix the issue with my streamer bot, so it should work. Fingers crossed. We're going to find out in a few moments. So for those that aren't familiar, let's explain how Player Smash works. You're going to get a set of 5 completely unique player names. These player names have been created by smashing together 2 existing player surnames along common letters. So you're going to get a clue and another clue. They're going to be a pair. The first clue is going to be the surname of one player, and the last few letters, it could be 1 letter, it could be 2 letters, it could be 3, it could be 4, are going to form the first letters of the next player's name. And that's going to be the clue next to it. So like we've got the example here, we have the first hat-trick scorer in a one-legged European final since 1969, which is Ademola Lookman. Then we have a young Ajax midfielder who recently arrived in Wales, which is Sivert Manswerk. Lookman ends M-A-N, Manswerk starts M-A-N, so you smash the names together across those common letters, and that gives you Lookmanswerk. So if you look at something like Crodmo's example in the chat there, where he said Lookman's penalty miss, that doesn't work because the word penalty miss doesn't cross over with any letters in the name Lookman. So look at Crodmo's example and realize that that is very, very, very wrong. Right, Mr. Grizzly P, I have a little bit of a problem. Thank you very much for redeeming the new gen nickname. It's too many letters for nicknames. It gets us up to the very first P in Papadopoulos. So I've currently named him Tupfcap, but we can change it if you need to be. Right, let's head on in. And these are the players that we're looking for. We have got scored 80 goals in all competitions for Parma. And the eldest of 3 brothers is the only one in Serie A. We have the player, his brother and his uncle all played for SC Freiburg, and a West German legend who won the Soccer Bowl 3 times. We've got a Dutch right back recently moved to Italy, and someone who tried to kill, figuratively, Patrick Battiston. We've got the second Portuguese to score a hat-trick in the Premier League, and an Argentine defender who's played for both Porto and Benfica. That might be my favourite one. And we've got inventor of the Doob and real name Dirk. He coached his son at Ajax. And Crodmo has come in with a guess of Chris Bogba, which is a very, very good guess. It's not quite right. He has got one of those answers, one of those names correct. Zerachul has picked up on my favourite one. It is, of course, Diego Jota, Nicolas Otamendi. Together, you get Jotamendi. Really, really fun to say. So, do we have any thoughts? We know that scored 80 goals in all competitions for Parma, or the oldest of 3 brothers is the only one in Serie A. It's going to either one of those parts is either going to be Crespo or Pogba. MG&G comes in, picks up on to Blind indeed. The inventor of the Jube, and Danny Blind, father of Daily Blind. Is it that way? Yes, it is that way round. Danny Blind, whose real first name is Dirk. Danny is just a nickname. So we've got some more guesses coming in for Zola de Biagio, which unfortunately doesn't cross on anything there. Kie Savic is a really, really nice guess, but it's Mr. Grizzly P who comes in. It's Crespacito. And if I knew the words to that song Despacito or the melody, we would have had something there. But so what the F is the Soccer Bowl? The Soccer Bowl is indeed some American shit. That was the name given to the cup final at the end of the time there, and it's DM bassist who's worked out who it is. It is Schlotterbeckenbauer. So why can't I remember Schlotterbeck's first name? Nico, Kevin, and his uncle Niels Schlotterbeck all played for SC Freiburg. That is the most German name ever. Indeed it is. So can we get the last one? It's Mr. Grizzly P has swooped in at the end. It was the Holy Spanner himself, Divine Wrench, and Harold Schumacher. Crespacito has got me singing Justin Bieber, and now I'm upset. I'm so glad. I am so glad that I genuinely don't think I've ever heard the song. Well, that's not true. I did look at it. I have heard it. I listened to it briefly because we had it Salvatore Esposito in the AS Moneyball thing. I got through it once and decided I never want to hear it again. So there we go. Let's head back in there. And yes, I did, Mr. Grizzly P. I have currently got Kyriakos Papadopoulos as Tupfcap, the player formerly known as Papadopoulos. But if you want to change that once again, we can work through that as well. Sarah Chul could not remember the Dutch back. It was a tricky one as well. It was a tricky one. Danny Blind was awesome. With that name, he should have been a keeper. That's fair. Right, look, Mar says, I was wondering if, when testing a tactic, your results and conclusions would be different when doing it through instant result compared to doing it manually and actually playing the matches. The different match engines used would surely affect the outcomes and performances of a given tactic. No. So, no. There are two match engines. There is the regular match engine and the quick match engine. And those are basically set by the detail level. So even when you instant result or use holiday, in the league that you're in, the league you're in is always set to full detail. So even when you're using them, it's processing the games like a regular game, exactly the same way that it processes other matches in your league. Whereas the other match engine that's used, let's use Austria here. The quick match engine will be used for these ones here, like the Zweite Liga in Austria, where it's set to none. That is, it is an entirely different engine that aims to try and process things a lot quicker. Now, would you probably end up with different results if you're doing it manually and so much as no highlights and playing at the highest possible speed? I imagine so, because there will still be different decisions you make to the assistant manager in terms of team talk approach and to various things. You can set them as well. When it comes to substitutions and shouts and things like that, there is an element of unknown as to what the actual process is that the assistant manager does. So when you apply something yourself compared to any form of simulation, there was always going to be a slight bit of variance, but not one that should be significant. There's Tony Schumacher was a madman. He was indeed. I forgot that Tony's real name was Harold. I don't understand these nicknames that seem to have. How did you go from Harold to Tony? DM Basis has never intentionally sought out Desposito, but you've heard it. That's worse. So I went the Tafcap route. I did indeed. As long as he isn't going by the same name as the FM11 legend, I'm fine with it. Then we've got a solution. So Blind, name like that could also be a Darmstadt striker. Absolutely. Or manager, because I would say that this is very much the Blind leading the Blind. Look, so MB, I was imagining that my tactic was performing better when I instant result it as opposed to actually attending the match. So what I would suggest is that probably just means that in the politest way possible, what you do during a match is less effective than not doing anything during the match. I think that was as polite as I could be. No, I've certainly noticed the same as well. I find that I definitely don't make the optimum decisions, especially when I'm on stream and I'm not paying 100% attention. That you will find, I think that generally speaking, I imagine if you followed the assistant manager's advice everywhere, if you set your assistant manager to do the shouts, which you can in responsibilities, is it in match or is it in tactics? If you set him to do the shouts and to do like opposition instructions and everything, I think you'll find it'll be exactly the same. But then, what's the point of playing the game if you're getting someone else to do it anyway? That's just spending time. You can watch the highlights afterwards, right? Right, here we go. Nice easy game. A 4-3-3 against reigning champions Borussia Dortmund with Nelson Wiper up front. I think he scored 25 goals last season in the league. He did indeed. 34 in all competitions. Been a very, very good signing for them. Now 24 years old. An absolute beast. We have... Right, Tubeck is good enough to come back into the squad there. Yeah, I think we run with it. I mean, I've said it now. We haven't conceded yet this season, so there's no reason for us to change what we're doing in that respect. But now I've said that, this is probably going to be 4-0. Let's talk about fans again. But instead of saying I expect, we'll say I have faith. Let's do it. Let's do it. So Schumacher's second name is Anton, therefore Tony. That kind of makes sense, but it's still not his first name. The DM Basis says, anecdotally, I do seem to get better results if I use that feature. I think we might all do. I think we might all be rubbish. Right, neutral normie, he means get good. I don't mean that at all. I mean, it's an experience I think that is very, very common. I said it in a very English way, which I appreciate. That's one way of putting that. So Ainu says we're going to lose 5-0 now. I'm almost bet on it. I went for 4, but I think 5 is very realistic because we have conceded within 56 seconds. There we go. There we go. We conceded within 56 seconds. Incredible stuff. So having an assistant manager dedicated to F-bombing your players from the sideline is a very popular way to delegate. It makes sense. Makes sense. Rich, one save a few years ago, I did a few instant results. I remember more extremes. Either we'd slaughter teams or drop silly points. I'd suggest the arse man more aggressive than me when we were winning, but if a hard forward match, I was better at making tweaks that got us results. I think that is a very, very levelled response indeed. I think that generally speaking, I mean, when the AI is doing it, it's very programmatic. It's if this, do this, if that, do that, in a way that's meant to try as much as possible to replicate real reactions in a game, which might not necessarily be the kind of thing that as a human you choose to do. I think their general approach, their changes, they're big and they're sweeping, which can be quite extreme. So, yo, Mustard, did you catch my message on YouTube? If it was during the break or the games, I'm afraid I didn't, Squidgy. Feel free to pop it in then again. If we're going to lose, let's lose this in fashion. I think we're going to. It's been all Dortmund so far. Kone plays it out to Bainu Gittins. We can't get close to them. We might need to start being a little bit dirty as Rendell Carrera finds Darday. Darday creates space, shoots straight at the keeper. That's a bad goal to concede. That's a bad goal to concede from the keeper's point of view. Right, so we're going to get stuck in. I had that turned off because of the amount of yellow cards that we had last season. But we are very passive in engaging players. Darday does well to create shape, to create space. Awful goalkeeping. It's not a great start. It's not at all. This is more the way I expected the stream to go to Zerachul. It's happening. It's happening. In Germany, we would say das vor mit an Saga. Get it clear. Be a counter-attack. Be a counter-attack. Come on, SA. Yes, you've beaten one. Now what you're doing, you're playing it back to Muller. Brooks plays it across to Schmidt, who I thought he was going to give that straight to Muller, to Wiper then. Avia into Muller. Avia finds Mbamba now. He's to Brooks. SA's going chance to run at the defence. Finds Muller. Muller, send it in. Well, don't come backwards. Go that way. Cross it. Yes, that's what I want you to do. And Petrovic makes the save. At least we got a chance. We can come out of this game saying that we did make a chance against Dortmund. That's all that matters. All that matters. Right, we're going to try and play through the press. Wiper comes flying towards it and Bamba gives it away. Adeyemi into Kone. Kone shoots straight at Sahinovic. Well, that's a thing. That's a thing, eh? There we go. So Sauter's coming on. Not even going to see through the half. Is it going to be 4-0 before half-time? Bino Gittins sends the cross into Adeyemi at the far post. Sahinovic claims, I'm not going to waste that substitution. I'll do that at half-time because otherwise I'm just using up a stoppage. How very frustrating. Now, the problem is whilst we're going to lose, we don't want to lose 4-5-6-0. We're going to be in a relegation battle, and so goal difference matters. So we want to get goals back in the second half, but we don't want to chase them in a way that sees us getting battered 7 or 8-0. Clinton out to Muller. Muller just hoofs it forward. Selke stops running for it. Schlotterbeck's able to claim. Right, Carrera out to Binu Gittins. Gittins. So Avia just stops. Wiper 4-0. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, this is painful. So you're right. Absolutely, Eunice. This is exactly what I'm saying. This is why we're going to regret not winning the 2 previous games even more. We need to pick up points where we can. So Binu Gittins, unfortunately, feeds it. There was no effort from Muller to engage with him at all. So it's an easy cross. And that's 4-0. Oh, not 5-0 before half-time. It's over. That's fine. Welcome to the league moment, indeed. Indeed, that is very, very horrible. This is a problem with wide centre-backs. You can't put them on a cover duty. So stay wider. Stay wider. Mark tighter off. And so they are playing a 3-4-3. So we're going to abandon the middle a little bit. Oh no, that matches up quite nicely. Because you've got the 2 central midfielders being pursued. They should be marking their man, which is absolutely fine. And that they're either side of the pivot, which should be good. So on there, pass into space and counter. We're going to get less of the ball, that's for sure. No, we'll leave those changes as they are there. Just accidentally turned counter off. So there we go. I'm very mindful of sending players out to get shitty ratings. These guys' ratings are already in the mud, so I don't. This is now where we're not just worrying about the final scoreline, but we're also worrying about morale. And morale is tied very, very closely to ratings. Mbamba. Hey, we've had 2 shots. 2 shots. Boom. So it's Squidgy. I watched your video the other day about exporting and analysing data. Do you have a link to the spreadsheet you made with all the formulas inputted? I really want to try out the database, but it's a lot of effort. Right, so do I have a copy with all the formula needs the exported data, and that export data needs to come from your save. Now, until you choose what metrics you want, you don't know which column that's going to be going in. So you need to export your data and then apply the formulas, which is generally just a case of copy and then drag down. Shouldn't be too long. Shouldn't be too long, but you can't. You could set it up so that you use the exact same metrics as I'm using, but then you're not considering what you actually need. So no. One thing I noticed, if I'm down to 10 men, the advice is to go very defensive, which in my opinion is nonsense. I agree. I agree, as now Wendell Carrera shoots and makes it 5-0. Oh, this is painful. This will be ugly. Let's just get through it. Exactly, neutral normie. Exactly. Right, Schiffel gets it clear. Adeyemi back to Schlotterbeck. Schlotterbeck to Kone. Sauter dives the wrong way. Oh dear. Goalie's trying to use the force instead of like his hands, indeed. What is our keeper's handling? His handling is good. So somewhere between 11 and 15. These are the league champions, to be fair. It is indeed. We knew this was going to be a difficult game, but having every shot go, why can't either keeper make a save? My word. So Dade with another shot that should have been saved. This is what's frustrating is I would say probably 5 of those goals should have been saved. But there we go. So Rashidi, what's he going to do here? He's going to end up under pressure, plays it into Mbamba, does well. Schmidt, back to Mbamba. Look at that guy. Always look for the free man. Really, really basic principle. Sauter to Schiffel. Schiffel plays it into Brooks. Brooks finds Selke. Selke out wide to Muller. Muller's going to get the cross in. Or not. Yes, to the edge of the area. Mbamba. It's over. It's over. Right. After 75 minutes, we can bring players on and they won't get ratings. So we can therefore save a little bit of legs that way. Right. Clemens into Bino Gittins. Into Carrera. To Wiper. To Pacho. The players are tired. They don't want to chase anymore. They've been chasing all game. Linson gets back, does his work. Schiffel to Mbamba. Mbamba back to Schiffel. Back to Mbamba? Back to Mbamba indeed. Finds Linson. Linson feeds Rashidi. Man running. Selke, Essa. Great chance. Petrovic saves. Hainu, bad ratings equals bad morale. Exactly. That's why I haven't been making changes, is because I don't want to bring more players on to get more bad ratings. That was a really good chance as well. So at the 77th minute, we can probably, apart from making defensive errors, we can probably get away with players coming on not having to worry about them picking up ratings for the rest of the game. Muller's booking. Mousehound in for Mbamba. Borkel on for Linson. Oh no, we've made all our substitutions now. That will have to do. But saves on fitness levels are exactly why I was waiting for the... I mean, we've got a week between games anyway. So Fonseca down the line to Wendell Carrera. They're playing 2 right backs. They've got Andre Garcia there. My word. They're playing with 2 right backs and they're still absolutely pummeling us. Home. Against the cross in. Andre Garcia with a header. It's over. There we go. So Dan Bryan Wright says, ditch the wides. 4-1-2-2-1 against them. We'll straighten the lines and create angles for the out ball. Some very good thinking there, Dan Bryan. Now, part of the... I'm perfectly fine. I have no interest in changing tactic entirely for a game, I'm afraid. So we will run with what we've got. Second half wasn't awful. There we go. Getting FM'd. I think we are being introduced to the league in the way that we should have been expecting. Brutally destroyed. So Mike doesn't know how he feels about morale implementation in the game. Sometimes it's too much, sometimes it feels realistic. Wish he had more ways to affect it. Managing is more than tactics. Indeed. So there we go. 6-0. Ouch. From 1.68 XG, no less as well. That is less the XG than we created in our first home game and failed to score. Schalke just destroyed Hamburg 8-1. Hamburg have, I think they lost their first game. So have Hamburg lost 4-0, won 4-0, lost 8-1? Oof. Oof. Right, so here we go. This is where morale becomes an issue. So, are we able to talk to people this early? Not yet. Not yet. Now, I probably shouldn't have subbed Sahinovic off because he was on a 6.5. Like, look at that. How can you lose 6-0 but not have a single player under 6 rating? That is crazy. Like, I'd expect to see worse ratings for losing like 2-0 at home. So, from a morale perspective, it might not be too bad. Certainly, it's kind of just mid at the moment. Cool. Into the next game against Cologne. Into the next game against Cologne. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. So, not to be sure, the ref just called all the players off. They are sending rockets. I'm not sure it would be. Wait a second. Oh, sorry. Wait a second. Fenerbahce match has been suspended. Oh, security issues apparently. My word. My word. So 3 games in is not the best time to judge. We've scored 0 goals from 2.7. We've conceded 6 from 2.5. Yeah, okay. I feel good about that. I feel good about that. We've had a horrible result. That's all that is. Right, Mike says, when I believe I'm getting FM'd in games, I switch to full game overhead view 90% of the time. The tactical issues behind it become obvious. As I said, okay, so yes, we were outplayed by the best team in the league. No problems there. They had triple the amount of chances, triple the amount of XG. That's kind of what I'd expect. The tactical issue doesn't require 90 minutes. The tactical issue was shot straight at our goalkeepers went in. They had a lot of pot shots from distance. Their decent goal. Their decent goal was the one 56 seconds in. They created chances. They got that space in behind our attacking right wing back, and that low cross to the near post. The players just weren't there first. But we also know that that's a really, really effective way of creating chances in FM. By and large, actually, I don't think I could have asked much more. I mean, for us to have beaten them, I would have probably been looking at a very similar stat line, where we get a few chances. Dortmund have a lot more chances, but we get lucky on the day. Dortmund deserve to win that game. Zero doubt about that whatsoever. Just on another day, we might have saved shots. That's your goalkeeper's XG prevented finished for the season. It really is a count. It really is. We had 54% of the ball as well, and we're not a particularly possession obsessed side. But in the second half, Dortmund don't necessarily need to attack. So I do imagine that that's kind of, even though we took play out of defence off, I imagine that's kind of inflated it a little bit in terms of us having a bit more of the ball in deeper areas. So Mike says a game featuring a Turkish or Greek team postponed or cancelled because of security reasons is actually very realistic. Well, I mean, I assume, Danny, you're talking about real life. You're talking about the Fenerbahce game right now has been called off. Suspended. Yeah, what's happening? What's happening in the games actually going on at the moment? Yes, Danny is talking about real life. So, are we... Shamrock is down now. No. Boo. Boo. Shamrock down 1-0. So it's level on aggregate at the moment. Still plenty of game, and they're at home. So that counts for something, hopefully. The players are back out. Has there been any further explanation as to what the security issue is? So let's have a look here. Is there someone worth taking a look at? Ibrahim Sadiq is underbid from Cagliari on loan. Not really the profile of striker that we're looking at. Gabriel Vidovic isn't the strike profile either. A reserve player for Hoffenheim isn't. Actually, let's just pop in and go striker. Torciello isn't my kind of guy either. Nikolai Fredriksson, 5'10", wins 44% of his headers. Waldschmidt, there's someone. Kanaki we looked at. So in terms of players transfer listed, I only really want to make... Oh, there's Keenan Davis. There's Keenan Davis. What's the deal there? So he'd want to wage around Sims. That's fine. What would a loan offer be? 50%. Squad player, though. Cool. Keenan Davis might be our answer. Now, stats-wise, is he the player that will be the answer? Probably not. I mean, he was scoring quite regularly when he was playing. He is injury prone. But, you know, that's absolutely fine as far as I'm concerned. It's just about depth for the next 5-6 months. If he ends up out injured, we terminate. We're in the same position we would have been if we didn't go for him. Right. Here are the players on... We're trying to get up to fitness. So, all of these guys, pretty much. You're coming back from injury. You're coming back from injury. You need to play a significant amount of minutes as well. Uda, Bosch. We'll get them playing a full game. Hopefully that will help get them up to fitness at least. Bid for Rashidi, that's a no. Right, so Ajax is cooked. Are they losing? Interesting. How nice is it that City are out of the Champions League? I mean, yeah, sure, but I also wouldn't have been unhappy if Real Madrid were out of the Champions League. I don't necessarily see one as being any more refreshing than the other. I'm just glad that they drew each other at this stage. So there's a lack of information as to the suspension reason at this moment. Fair enough. Mike, nice. I thought that was a game mod or something. That would have been one hell of a thing. Right, Arminio is saying that you can recommend Armin Pesci. I say I'm pretty comfortable with Sahinovic outside of that game, and maybe we shouldn't have brought him off at half time because the goals that Sauter conceded were just as bad. But yeah, I'm very happy with Sahinovic as an option. Very happy with his stats last season and his performance in the first 2 games this season. Made some decent saves so far. Just maybe he's not as consistent as we would like. Right, Keenan Davis gets the number 32. We have survived the transfer window. So yeah, did Hamburg win 4-0? No, so they 8-1. So they lost 4-0, won 3-0, lost 8-1. What a start. What a start. So it's Squidgy. Yo, Muster, I resent your message just before. Silly did it during a game though. Ha ha. So I answered you, it's Squidgy. No. Because it's contingent on information that you export from your game first, and then you need to rearrange columns to put things in certain places. So sadly, I'm afraid no. Pauker out. There we go. That's what we thought. Was it a defeat or was it a draw, or did they? Yeah, because if they won, it would have gone to extra time, wouldn't it? Because it's 2-1 to Stow. It's ironic, really, because Europe is the only games where the manager's allowed to manage, isn't it? Because Lucescu and like all of them are suspended in the league at the moment. Gashed head, leave to physio. That should be absolutely fine. So Danny says, on X, it says the match was suspended due to a fight in the stands. Okay, that doesn't seem quite too bad. Account says, is it just me who hates transfer window on FM, always trying to make perfect signings? It can certainly take a lot of time. It can certainly take a lot of time indeed. Right, so Lukmar, no pants, 2-0 loss. 2-0 loss. Oh dear, that's bad. That's bad. Would have expected them to put up more of a fight. So Bodo Glimt versus Twente, literally 90th minute equaliser, and 5-2 for Burda in extra time. Definitely watching highlights for that. I saw the message come through that there were 3 goals between the 93rd and 96th minute. That feels like a capitulation. An absolute capitulation. Plus, they're the team where the fans bring a toothbrush into the crowd. That makes them a fun side. A really, really fun side. That's all I need. All I need is just weird teams with toothbrushes. Right, so Bernsch is going to probably not be available for the Köln game. But Köln are on in 16th. So does that mean they're just on 1 point right now? On 0 points. So let's use this game to bounce back. Let's see, on Friday we'll get the news about training, so maybe we'll use that as a outlet to make people feel a little bit better about themselves, get a little bit of that morale boost in. Let's see where we go from there, hopefully. Salit is literally... Where's... Yeah. Neutral normie. Yeah, Arctic Circle conditions and artificial pitch. Not that I have anything against artificial pitches, it's their only option, really. Arctic Circle conditions will do that to you, right? Surely? Right. We get our training news on we do get training news on a Friday, right? Not just... I feel like we do. I'm now starting to doubt myself. Starting to doubt myself quite a bit. We're now at 8:30, so maybe, is it right at the end? No, lit is not literally you, old man. What do you mean? Okay. Right, okay, yes. Yes, Lukmar, thank you. Bodo Glimt versus Twente was lit. 90th minute equaliser and 5-2 win for Burda in extra time. Fine. I can't argue against that. Yes, I'm an idiot. Okay, no, there's not people I can... Will he react positively? He will. Good. One player. So, just that one there. Rashidi and Nürnberger were both players who had a 1-year contract extension clause, so that was activated over the summer. I wonder if that has any relation to them being rubbish. We get a lot of youth players poached. That happened over the summer as well. Or was it over the winter? I think it happened last year, sorry. And we can see that with some of these players. No, it's going to be the ins. Like this lad called Hervé Bell, we've got a 5%, so that's going to be a guy who was poached. Dennis Hummel's another player I'm not familiar with, but he seems to have a decent value at Schalke. Adam Romero, he doesn't look to be that great, so don't mind him having been poached. Yeah, so there's been a few players that have been poached, and it looks like Patrick Gartner is the latest. There's Gundogan getting his coaching license, which is marvellous. Johnson is in. Welcome in, my dude. I hope you're doing well. Eunice says it's sad to see Ajax's downfall. I mean, is it not, though, a little bit like the Man City and the Real Madrid thing? Is at the moment, that's fine. They'll rise back up because of the setup and the resources they have. Like that youth academy alone is pretty much protects them for the rest of forever. So, you know, a couple of years in the wilderness, opportunity for other teams to get the spotlight for a little bit. I quite like it. Even if I like Ajax. So account says you've got like 20 million to spend in the J League because of selling players using data to replace them easily with better players, but no idea what to do with the money. I mean, surely that goes towards things like facilities, stadium, etc. Or you go, fine, I've signed loads of players based on data. Now I'm just going to sign the very best player I can by reputation. Let's see what spending all that 20 million can get you. You know, nice to cut loose every now and then. So you think most Dutch people would disagree over the Ajax thing? Indeed. And as you say that, look at who arrives. Welcome in, Rowan. How are you, sir? Lovely, lovely to see you. How is Darmstadt treating us? We've got promoted. That's brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. In that sense. It's been rotten though. So Union Berlin, we were incredible. 57% ball share, 22 shots. We hit the post. Their goalkeeper got named man of the match. 0-0. Against Freiburg, we were okay. Not brilliant, not bad. We won a penalty in the 76th minute. Hit over. 0-0. And now we've just played Dortmund. Dortmund generated fewer shots, less XG than we have up until now. Most of them were straight at the goalkeeper. 6-0. So here we go. Köln are up next. Köln have lost all their games so far. They're going to be playing. This is a good game for us. For a narrow diamond, we have the advantages. We match up, not exactly, but we kind of match up with 4 in the middle. We're matched up on the wings. We've got our spare man. I feel like we have certain players have enough quality to be able to contribute. So I feel reasonably positive about that. Right back, left back, midfielder, defender. Keenan Davis on the bench, Stefanov on the fringes. There we go. Do we start unbalanced? We start unbalanced. We drop down, we protect, we hope that we can, at least, it would be nice if we don't concede after 56 seconds. That would be my hope. Yeah, let's go with what they say there. Let's say you've got both. And this is going to put the world to rights. We will get our first win of the season. Going to happen in Köln. It is Köln versus Cologne. This is going to happen. Right. So Neutral Army says they're top of the Eredivisie, 2 points clear with a game in hand. I think it's best for them to focus on the league for a year, given their awful season last season. But it looks like they've got no choice now. Right, can we create something here? It's gone all the way back to Sahinovic. He'll be keen to have a good game, I'm sure. Selka tries to knock it on. Now Arthur's racing away. Here's Di Benedetto. Tries to play it in behind Schiffel. And Bamba dwells on the ball. Kalalay. Let's tell him to focus. Now, he was responsible for a horrible error in the last game. That said, the shot was straight at the goalkeeper, so that took more of the focus. Let's just tell him to perhaps pay attention as well. So maybe this is Mbamba's last game starting. So John's asked, when am I playing Frankfurt? No idea, to be honest. It's going to be, I think it's only a couple of games away, isn't it? It's probably going to be a painful game for us. Here's Selke. Selke could have played it back in. Selke should have played it back in. Oh, Selke, you know I love you. There. It even looks like he was shaping to make that pass. We need all the help we can get. Just please. Yes, I mean, yeah, he probably would have misplayed the pass, and he's a striker. That's kind of what strikers do, right? Is they try and score goals. That's one of their main things. So it does kind of make sense. Right, here's Romano Schmid. Sends it across the edge of the area. Di Benedetto fires. That's a hideous shot. Thank God. That's not a great start. Rowan, it's not a great start. The last game was painful. Or as Lukmar says, it was rough. It was definitely rough. Di Benedetto. We stepped up to positive, and Colm seemed to have been in the ascendancy since then. So we're going to drop back down to balance. But will they score from the corner? No, Avia gets it clear. Rashidi will come away with the ball. Can Rashidi do something here? He's going to send the ball across. Selke, can he get there? He can't. Now he's 34. He's never been the quickest, but he did stop. And here's SA. SA, what can you do here? Get tackled. That's what SA can do. Right, Schwaber out to Montolio. Montolio to Oshiksan. And the moment is gone. So we had that chance. That's our only chance so far from Selke. They've had a couple of chances as well, but it's not been a great game. Grinding out a draw like that would be 3 points in 4 games. Not the worst thing, but also not the best thing. Right, we've had bugger all of the ball. No, sorry, we've had loads of the ball. They've had bugger all. Let's go to what we were using before, which was like that. That's what we used at the start of pre-season. And we will again just push that tempo up. See if we can maybe just take a little bit more initiative. So, Hainu says, have you tried that alternate match engine muster? I saw a video by Zealand on it the other day. So, Hainu, I have tried one of the earlier versions, and the ball was very, very heavy. The passing accuracy and power seem to have been increased to compensate for that heaviness. As Selke hits the post. We're not going to score. We're never, ever going to score again. So watching it play out, it looked a lot like good save from Schwaber. It looked a lot like what someone who's only ever played Pro Evo or FIFA 10 years ago thinks football looks like. Now, hopefully, from the sounds of things have improved as people are working together and kind of trying to make some changes. But yeah, I'm not being polite. It was shit. It was a really, really bad match engine. It represented very, very little. It was like someone. The changes just weren't good. They might have made the game more fun, but they definitely didn't make it more like football. Especially, I think though, if you play at higher speeds as well, it might have been less obvious. Right, Davis comes on for his debut. So let's see what happens here. We've had some chances this half. I don't necessarily feel like making any tactical adjustments, just personnel. See if we can take one of our chances with a different striker up top. Here's Di Benedetto. Di Benedetto back to Fetahu. You know I. It's a good save. Moneyball! Welcome in, my dude. Lovely to see you. How are you? How did the stream go? How did the stream go, sire? Right, we clear it. Maybe I need to make changes because it looks like Kolner are getting back into the game now. Hussein Basic, Olesin into Schmidt. Schmidt turns. Schmidt's got 3 players following him. None of them following Kalaili. Shot is wide. Shot is wide. So yeah, welcome in, guys. We are in our first season in Darmstadt. I'm MustermannFM. Lovely to see you guys. We have played 3 games in the league so far. A 0-0 draw at home against Union Berlin, where we deserved to win. A 0-0 draw away from home against Freiburg, where we missed a penalty and deserved to win. A 6-0 thumping at home against Borussia Dortmund. For Borussia Dortmund. It's been a painful, painful stream so far, but this, we're going to turn the corner. We're going to get a late goal here, and everything is going to be good. And the changes we're going to make now, we are making some slight changes. We're going double shadow striker. And we are going to ask... No, are we going double shadow striker? We're going to ask this shadow striker to stay wider. Make Brooks a box-to-box midfielder. And we push that mentality back up. Let's get a goal. Let's get our first goal of the season. In the league, that is. So you lost in the quarters of the World Cup versus Italy with Morocco and penalties. Oh, no, that's rough. That's rough. Right, so Rich says, the vids I've seen of the modified match engine, the field looks a bit too good, FIFA-esque. Also, I wonder how it plays at lower levels. Hainu says that the latest one is okay. I've had it for the last day or 2. Seems good to me anyway. That's good to hear. As I said, ultimately as well, it's all about enjoyment. It's breathing new life into the game, and if that gives you what you enjoy, it doesn't necessarily matter if it looks like football or not. So Eunice tried it today, had to wait for the new season in case it breaks anything, but so far quite like it, feels more natural. So maybe the new ones seem to be better, which is good. Tom says 2.5 seasons with Rome. I resigned as my team just ran out of steam. Small break and now off to relegation and threatened Rennes. I mean, that is a small break. That's all happened within this evening. That is a very, very small break. So Eunice is wondering, are we going to score in the Bundesliga? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. Sahinovic gets man of the match. Sahinovic gets a higher rating for those 2 saves than what's his name did in that first game with 8 saves, of which like 2 were incredible. I mean, that's fine. Average rating, morale goes up. That's good for us. That is good for us. So there we go. 3 points from 4 games. It could be worse. Hamburg now on -10. Werder Bremen on -12 goal difference. How are Schalke? Schalke have got off to a good start. 3 wins from their opening 4 games. The team that came up through the playoffs, making a mockery of the other promoted sides. Right, let's give these guys a rest. And then it's just a nice, easy home game against Leipzig coming up. They're going to be playing a 4-2-3-1. So let's try that. I prefer them as wide centre-backs, but I can't have them on cover duty. So we do like this and ask them to stay wider. I preferred our performance in the second half with him as an attacking midfielder. We are just going to say those 2. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. We should be good to go. Right. Okay. So we have an ad break coming up. So I'm going to see you guys in about 3 minutes. Standard fare. I'm going to go to the toilet, do all that malarkey there. and then we'll be back. Hopefully, we can score a goal. Maybe even get a win. We'll find out. I'll see you in 3 to 4 minutes. Right, we're back. Thank you very much for the hydrate, Bam Bam. And we have a mystery minigame redeemed by Lukmano Pants, and the final minigame available for tonight is a round of Only Connect. So let's explain how this works. You're going to see 4 pictures of players, one after the other. They all share a common connection. That connection might be that they've all played in the same team or under the same manager. It might be that they all share a record, like the fastest goal scorer in a league. It might be something more abstract. I tend to save Fridays for the abstract ones, so you'll be pleased to know it might not be abstract today. Might not be abstract today. The earlier you guess, the more points you get, and those points get you onto that lovely little scoreboard beneath me right there. So let's head on in and see the very first clue, very first player, and see if we know anything about this that you might think could be interesting, that could be connecting to the players you haven't yet seen. Now, during the break, I see that Rich has noticed the big question. Today's big question is, what is your best all-time 11? And I get a feeling, Rich, that there might be a slight Sunderland theme with your answer there, of Montgomery, Malone, Guthrie, Horswell, Watson, Pitt, Kerr, Hughes, Hallam, Porterfield, and Tuart. Now, we've got some guesses coming in, and we've got people identifying that it's Clarence Seedorf. Bam Bam, correct there. Crodmo, correct as well. Zerachul's gone for have they all played for Ajax? Neutral Normie suggesting maybe all Milan players. Red App is suggesting they might have all played for Botafogo. And he says hello afterwards. Welcome in, Red App. Rowan's gone scored on their debut. Zerachul's gone born in another country than he played national football for. All married to Brazilian women. Scored a goal under the age of 17. Played for both Milan clubs. All missed a penalty in a shootout / decisive penalty. These are all some fantastic guesses. I'm going to move on to the next clue because I want to see whether people have worked out which person has answered correctly yet. Is it Ajax? Is it Milan? Is it Botafogo? Is it a debut goal? Is it married to Brazilian women? Is it playing for a country different than you were born in? Is it goals under the age of 17? Is it penalties? Is it Milan clubs? Is it debuts under 16? Is it played for rivals, Suriname's lost son? So we know that an answer has already been given. We know someone has won. Can we work out which of those it is? This is indeed Solomon Kalou. And the next one would have been Keisuke Honda. And Zerachul and Mr. Grizzly P have both said it's played for Botafogo. It is played for Botafogo. That is an astonishing, a remarkably quick 5 points for Red App 2000. Incredible. He hadn't even said hello in the chat yet. He was so quick on that answer. Incredible work. Now the final player was going to be Diego Costa. And it is indeed. They've all played for Botafogo. That is astonishing. Incredible, sire. There is just straight off those. I see Seedorf, I think Botafogo. That applause coming in from Zerachul, from Medical Car, from Crudmo, from Rich, from Mr. Grizzly P is very, very well deserved. Sensational work. Absolutely sensational. Right, now before we went away, Mike over on YouTube asked a question. If you could only have one guy in the starting 11 in a specific player role with everyone else on vanilla roles, what would it be? Now, for me, there is only one answer. I'm assuming you mean current players. I'm going to assume that in my answer anyway. And the answer I would give would be Super John McGinn as a trequartista in the striker position. No questions. No questions accepted. Right, another player poached, this time by Cole. Red App is playing right now with Cruzeiro, so it just came to mind. I mean, it does just sensational work. Right, Sega is in. Welcome in, my dude. Glad to have been able to make it for the end of the stream. I mean, depending on how much I lose my mind, this stream might go on longer as we desperately search a goal. We've got a game coming up against Leipzig at home. They are second. Our last home game didn't go too well. So, I mean, as long as we can avoid losing by 6 goals, anything's an improvement, right? anything is an improvement. We're working on out of possession, that's all good. Rich, so you only went for penalty options as Seedorf did it right in front of me at Anfield at Euro 96. That's gotta be, that's a cool thing to see. That's a cool thing to see. This sounds like a game of Cluedo. That's fair. The only correct answer is Xavi Simons as a libero. I respect it. I respect it. The Super John McGinn with the lead piping in the library. So, Johnson says, did you know that Keisuke Honda recently played football in the Bhutanese League? They did indeed. Keisuke Honda's career is fascinating. He's clearly someone that really, really enjoys playing football, because it's over like the last maybe 6 or 7 years, it feels like teams call him up and say, hey, do you want to play? And he just says yes. He doesn't ask where they play or what competition they're in or anything like that. He gets someone asking, he says yes, and he ends up in Bhutan. Or he owes the Italian mafia some money. That's also quite possible. So, Rich, the match in question was 120 minutes of beautiful, nihilistic, 0-0 football. Not. The best. So Marsha asks, what skin is that? You will be quite surprised to find out, Marsha, that I, MustermannFM, happen to use the Mustermann skin. I would give you the link if I could. There we go. So you should get a link that's appearing up now on your screen over there on YouTube. Do be aware that there are some slight differences for the skin that is used on stream than what you get in the public version. This is optimized very specifically for trying to make things a little bit more readable for people watching on various devices, and is only designed around 1600 by 900. So just to be mindful of that. Right, Sega says, I'm losing my mind as well. Have to beat Klopp's Madrid to be able to win the title. They already humiliated me in the semis of the UCL with a 5-1 aggregate ass whoop and beat me in the Super Cup final. You're gonna get it. You're gonna do this. You're gonna do this, Sega. Because this is the narrative arc, right? You spend all season getting beaten down, browbeaten all the way through that season for redemption on the final day to win the title. Be amazing. So Mike would go with Drogba as a target forward or Pirlo as a regista. Some fabulous choices. Absolutely fabulous choices. Rowan, he's played in the Netherlands, 20 minutes from where I live now. He played in Botafogo. I've walked past that stadium in Rio. He's played in the A-League. I've seen an A-League game of his club, but in New Zealand. I guess I now have to go to Bhutan. You do. You evidently do. So Rich says, Netherlands versus France promised so much, but it was crap. Great support from the Dutch. Liverpool turned orange. France not so much. I mean, I have quite vivid memories of watching that match. I was 11. At the end of my road where I grew up, there was like an adventure, like a ball pit place, right? And because it was the summer holidays, I'd gone there. I don't know if there's like something with the local school or whatever, but I didn't have to pay to get in. And I went there to watch the games. I don't know why. I could have watched it at home, but I didn't. I'd go there on my own as an 11-year-old to watch the games. And I got very, very bored and instead spent it playing football with someone had a football just around there, and just with a member of staff who for some reason was willing to entertain me being this weird loner kid on his own in a ballpark, not playing in the ballpark. Yeah, I think I got about half an hour in before I was bored though. So Tom Minot says, do I ever use work into box? I've not to date touched it in years. I will in certain circumstances, but very, very rare. Very, very rare. Right, here we go. Danny Olmo as a trequartista. Right, so whilst we're on the break, I moved these guys to ball-playing defenders, so they're on cover. And that was before the break, actually, because we're going to be playing up against a 4-2-3-1. He's on Mark Titer, but I am going to ask him to very specifically focus his efforts on Mbamba. And it's going to be Nürnberger who gets the start. Subs bench is these guys. Something like that. Something like that. No. Something like that. Swap these guys round. Mark Olmo. Going from position, take more risks. Swap these two round like so. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Are we down to balanced? Get your guesses in, right? Get your guesses in. We lost our last home game against a good team 6-0. What's the score going to be this time? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. We're going to score our first game goal in the league of the season. It will be 4-1 to Leipzig, obviously. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. That's what I'm going for. We might take the lead. That's what my guess is there. Thibaut's in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you? Can't be here tonight, but hope you all have a good one. Lovely to have you in. It's been rough. It's been rough so far. Johnson would go for Ron Robert Zieler as a sweeper keeper on defend. If only the rest of your Hanover squad stepped up to that level, we might not be in the Zweite Bundesliga again. That's fair. Right, here's Hudson-Odoi. Finds Seiwald. Back, all the way back to Costello. Tobias. Seems to be inverting there, which is quite interesting. Tobias seems to me like the kind of player that you'd want providing width. Good tackle from Avia. Out to Muller. Muller's got plenty of time to do something. What he does is he finds Esse. Esse on a yellow card. Plays it back to Muller. Muller across to Nürnberger. Out to Avia. Rashidi takes aim. I would like my players that I'm asking to cross more often, please. They definitely do say cross more often. Oh, well. Also, I need to watch the live of yesterday for the Mercato. I'm one stream late at the moment. Thibaut, there was no stream yesterday. I wasn't feeling all too good. Had a bit of a rush to come back home, and then my back was feeling sore. So, yeah, tonight is yesterday's stream. So not too much to catch up on, you'll be pleased to know. Selke! Oh, Selke. We're going to score. This is the game that we score. That same day, England beat Spain, another 0-0 and penalties. 4-2, wasn't it, on penalties? Watched it in a ram-packed pub prior to the Anfield match. That, I imagine, was an experience as well. Right, look, Mar, just saw a video on Reddit of Anderlecht fans being... okay. Yeah, maybe that was why the game was interrupted. Yeah, that's not good. Forecourt shot, blocked. Brooks plays it back out to Nürnberger. Here's Rashidi. Rashidi can't get past his man. We're doing good. We're doing good. Let's get that goal. Let's get that goal. So Sega wants me to do a video on Borderlass, the 69-year-old manager who looks younger now than when he was 40. Avoids relegation every year by putting players from the 3rd and 4th divisions. So there are some fantastic videos already out there on Borderlass. So it's probably not going to be something I do. I think that I've seen an RDF one that was really, really good, covers it in detail. And I'm a strong advocate for if there's something already done well, like funnel people towards that. Like if I can't add anything to the discussion, I don't want to be one of those people that just fills up the internet with more guff if I can avoid it. Brooks, it's a great save from Van der Voort. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. Mr. Grizzly Peas, big question, best 11. Schmeichel, Curler, Baresi, Maldini, Zanetti, Redondo, Gascoigne, Bremer, Maradona, Baggio, Batistuta. What a lineup that would be. What a lineup that would be. Right. What a great first half. What an absolutely sensational first half. RB Leipzig have not had a shot. Not had a single shot. So Jonce's prediction of 0-0 is looking good. Zerachel's 3-1 defeat, that could still very much be on the card. Neutral normally thinks that we might win 1-0. I'm just going to say, no pressure, guys. No pressure. Sihinovic, Schifferl, and Selke. No pressure. Have they responded with changes? They have. Akamash is off. Alan Velasco is on. So like for like in terms of left wingers. Let's do this. Let's do this. Right. So a 4-1 defeat, said Eunice. A 2-0 defeat, says Red App. GNG thinks 2-2. Mr. Grizzly P is going 5-4 to Red Bull. Crumbo says we're going to win the fucking... Oh, I love the support we give to Muster. You guys are very optimistic. I love it. I love it. It reminds you of the Bayern Red Bull game in 2017. 5-4 to Bayern. Amazing game to watch. I have to say, I can't even think of that game. I need to check that one out. Right, DM Basis has been on the phone. How are things going? Welcome back, my dude. Olmo in behind. Good save from Sihinovic. It's been an interesting time, that's for sure. Which now has a more sensible best 11. It's Schmeichel, Maldini, Baresi, Moore, Bremer, Nedved, Keane, Maradona, Messi, Pele, Van Basten. Again, can't really argue with any of that, can you? I mean, my only concern is that there's no Ian Taylor in that lineup, but otherwise solid. So DM Basis for best friend hadn't spoken in about a week. She'd been away to Disneyland Paris with her boyfriend and her little one, so a fair bit of catching up to be done. That sounds lovely. That sounds very, very lovely. Right, 68th minute. This is around the point we're going to make a change. Is this going to be the point we go behind? Decker plays it into Pizarro. His shot is over. So that is Pizarro he was coming from underneath. Change is being made. Raum is off. Openda. Did they make those subs at the same time? 63rd, they did. So, Guy to return. Uda. No, Clinton on. And Davis. A triple change. Uda will come on for Forkel at some point. But I think that I'd rather have Linson in that creative role. We haven't created anything in this second half. There's the final changes by Leipzig. Here comes Decker. Finds Velasco. Velasco back to Decker. Here's Pizarro. Pizarro's got plenty of space. We're not closing down. The cross comes in. Olmo with the header. That should be easily gathered by Sihinovic. It is. It is. So your later contribution was your second 11. Okay, that makes much more sense. Far more sense. The first lineup absolutely keeps them out. There's only one Ian Taylor, says Williams Gallery. Exactly. There's only one Ian Taylor. Davis out to Muller. Come on. Muller. Get the cross in. Just send it in there. All you've got to do. Or find Linson. Linson to Brooks. Brooks on the... Oh, it's just over. Van der Voort couldn't get there, but it was not in. We've had a shot in the second half. What do we do? What do we do? On comes Uda. That means we switch back to the other way round. So that's a better appropriate... they're on their right foots that way. Nürnberger takes that defensive position. No, Nürnberger becomes the volante. He gets a little bit more license to go forwards. We save substitutions because we're going to get that winner. We're going to get that winner and we're going to want to shut up shop. And this is the winner. This is the winner. I mean, it looks like it's an RB Leipzig chance as Velasco is down, sends the cross. Schmidt gets it clear. Back to Decker. Decker across to Seywald. Seywald creates space, nicely shifts, takes a shot from distance, hits the bar. Hits the bar. And no, 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 no. No, it's not. Absolutely fine. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to see here. That is our fourth draw in 5 games. Fourth 0-0 in 5 games. And we can feel pretty disappointed that we didn't beat RB Leipzig. Okay. Well done, lads. So that pushes us up to 12th. To get these guys rested, our next game is away against Wolfsburg. And against Wolfsburg, swap this back the other way round. They're currently in 13th. Having finally picked up a win. They beat Köln. They did the thing that we couldn't do. So we haven't won a game yet this season, but that's absolutely fine. We have won the completely useless XG battle game in all 4 of those draws, I think. So it's just a case of realising that Selke has passed it, and maybe we should have signed a striker. But we didn't, and we will live with it. Stefanov will step up, hopefully. John, so the big question is the type of stuff I was always thinking about in class instead of actual school stuff. Exactly why I was asking it. That is. So the big question is a thing in schools now. The Rosenstein method. Is it specifically around your best 11s? So Tom Minor, not sure why, but I got down a wiki rabbit hole and found and remembered Ricky van Wolfswinkel for Norwich. Simpler times. Ricky van Wolfswinkel is still playing, Tom, because I originally had him as one of the answers for Player Smash earlier. I can't remember. I was going to go for Wolfswinkel and Kelleher, I think, but it just I didn't like it for some reason. I've discarded that idea forever. So Lookmar says, why not get a second striker instead of one of the AMCs? That is certainly something we can play around with. There is a possibility. That is kind of meant to be my backup option. I'm not necessarily... Part of my issue there is our options, because Nathan Skitter was kind of meant to be my change of pace option. He's the backup to SA, who was going to be the player that could push forwards if needs be and actually be a proper striker. And he's been injured as well, obviously along with Sims. So my thoughts for 2 strikers was to do what we did with to keep with what we were doing with Mario Ham. So target forward and a poacher. And that poacher could become an advanced forward if we put Skitter up there. But those plans were very, very much contingent on Ellis, Sims and Skitter being those options. But we may well be trying it. I think we're going to... Not away from home, certainly. And we certainly weren't... There would be 0 situations where we would have done that against Leipzig, to be honest. I value the draw at home against a team that we would expect to lose against. But yeah, I think we are hoping to see a bit more of Stefanov. So Williams asks, is the year is 2030 and Keenan Davis is still a top 5 league striker? He is not a top 5 league striker. Keenan Davis is our emergency striker. Ellis Sims got injured for 5 months, so we brought Davis in on loan. We're going to 0-0 our way to survival. It might have to be the way. Could you imagine a season where you survive but score 0 goals? That would be incredible. That would be something. That would be a turn up. We could finish the season with -6 goal difference, with the only defeat being that game against Dortmund. So I have my questions about this Keenan Davis signing. What metric decided this? The metric of chasing goals desperately. It's not even goals. Goals were not the metric. It was players who are experienced that were transfer listed on deadline day that would come in on loan for relatively little money. He's not part of, like, he's come on as a sub a couple of times. We're probably going to be playing our third choice striker Igor Stefanov's a little bit more. Oh, right. I meant more like I'd sit down with a pen and paper and ponder what my greatest football 11 would be. Yeah, that's indeed. If it was around best 11s, it would probably be more productive. The best way to do it. The best way. So Crodmo's best 11. Southall, Cafu, Poyle, Maldini Jr., Joe Parkinson, Falcao, Messi, Zico, Rivaldo, Romario. I feel like there's a couple of outliers in there. I'm not sure which ones they are. Probably. I mean, yeah, I've probably got questions over Maldini and Romario in that lineup. Right, so Johnson says there's this one English teacher in his city who was teaching his class about past tenses, and eventually the phrase "streets won't forget" came around, and the whole class ended up watching comps of Ben Arthur and Tarapt. God, I would have loved to be in his classes. That is a good class. I like that. So survive but score 0 goals. Everton under Sean Dyche. It's the blueprint. Rich is arguing for Vinny Samways to replace Falcao. Then it's a dream midfield. That's a take. That is definitely a take. I'm sure there's one of those retro DBs where he has either high flair or vision. I think you're right. I seem to remember. Well, Vinny Samways used to be amazing in the old ones, which I always find interesting. Right, Skitter is fit enough to be on the bench. I'm happy with that setup there, but we are going to go back to that, which means Linson gets the start. Nürnberger stays as the defensive option there. So they're covering the guys coming in from the wings. I'm okay with that. So asking him on the right, going to mark the playmaker. So it's not Patrick Wimmer. I want him marking Meyer. And that means Brooks has got to follow Arnold, but we've got players on cover. Yeah, we should be okay with that. We should be, I hope, okay with that. So this will be the sublime to the ridiculous. A great performance against RB Leipzig. And now here we are away against Wolfsburg. It's an away game, to be fair, against a team much better than us. So I shouldn't be surprised if this goes badly. But just a goal, please. Right, Max is back. Welcome back, my dude. How are you? Eunice says Schalke has the funniest season so far. 8-1 win against Hamburg, 2-0 win against Bayern, then lost 2-0 to Hoffenheim. That is crazy. Right, Lacker's evening all. Welcome in, Lacker. How are you doing, sire? Tom says not his best 11, but Buffon, Zabaleta, Vidic, King, Evra, Carrick, Modric, Bale, Kevin De Bruyne, Ronaldo, Defoe. It's a really interesting mix there. A very, very interesting mix. But I get it. Again, I'm not sure about that Ronaldo fella. I'd probably go for Roman Pavlyuchenko in there. Right, Avia across to Schmidt. Schiffel can play it into Linson. Linson finds Brooks. Brooks is... Carry on. You had all that space to run into, my dude. You had all that space to run into. Right, we've not had much of the ball. That's fine. That's not a concern. Let's have even less of the ball. And that's right. We're going to try and counter-attack with Davy Selke as our striker. A man that has probably the speed of a snail. Right, Linson back, wins the ball. Here's Rashidi. Rashidi's going to try and take it on. He does. Can he create the space? He can. It sends it in. Oh! Davy Selke, for the 4th time this season, hits the woodwork. It doesn't even register as the woodwork. So it must have been a good save by the keeper. Wimmer pulls out a save from Sahinovic. Well played, Sahinovic. Me clapping there. That really hurt. That really hurt. Ow. Crossed in. Sahinovic punches it clear. Flynn Downs collects. Downs creating space. Can he send it in? He can't, but Meyer sends it to Wimmer. Baku with a wild effort. Joe Parkinson aside, I would fight anyone who said Southall was anything other than the best goalkeeper ever. DM Bassist wants a team of 11, Nicholas Fraskins. I could get behind that as well. Right, Essa plays it on. Clinson's in behind. Clinson. It's a great save from Kamil Grabara. Okay. Right. So, Max, any new transfers since the beginning of the stream? We've bought in Kelvin Davis on loan because Ellis Sims is out for 6 months. But other than that, no more changes. The window is now closed. Right. Oof, says Quadmo. Indeed, oof. Big chances for both teams. Wimmer should have scored. We should have had two. We should have two. Pump fists. We're the better team. I have faith. Oh, Brooks as well didn't carry, was through on goal or would have had a better chance, but he shot early as well. He probably have had 3 very good chances. There we go. Oh, Norby's in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you? Why did we ever sign Selke? Whose idea was that? I mean, it was put to vote. Yes, sure, he came 4th, but he ended up being the only viable option out of them. Max, fun fact, I've recently went to a Dortmund under-19 game to scout William Rashidi in particular. How about that? Imagine if we go goalless this stream. It's in the league. Goalless in the league this stream. It looks very, very likely as SA's header is over. We did have that cup game, though. Thank God. If only I knew that was going to be our win and we should have been celebrating it more at the time. Essa plays it. Yep, that's a decision. Muller with the shot. Downs. Okay, we've got a free kick on the edge of the area. That's unexpected. Come on. I can feel it. Christie, knock Vichlinson into the wall. Brooks from the edge of the area. It's a good save from Grabara. The good news is we are really, really helping goalkeepers win Player of the Match awards this stream. Nürnberger with the corner is going to be an outswinger into the far post. It's a great claim from Grabara. Right. Time to make the change, and that change is going to be Stefanov. Linson. Right, Tim Muller is coming off as well. And he's going to be replaced by... Yeah, Mbamba gets his chance back again. Like that. It's Nürnberger I prefer out wide because he's better in the air for defending that far post stuff. Let's make Stefanov a poacher. Let's see how we go. So El Norby, he goes for right, Van der Sar, Cafu, Ferdinand, Vidic, I'm assuming that's Vidic, Roberto Carlos, Beckham, Makaleli, Soboslai, Cristiano Ronaldo, Puskas, Messi. Lovely to see a mention in there for Puskas. I mean, I wouldn't expect anything less from you, but definitely in there. Right, Chabot, is this going to be one of those long build-up goals? Wolfsburg back again to Bornau. Here's Arnold. Brooks steps in. Lovely play from Brooks. And Bamba finds Linson. Essa takes a shot from distance. Roman Essa.
Roman Essa, he's so good and clean. I told him score a goal and that's exactly where he's been. And he's just perfect for SV Darmstadt. I told him score a goal and that's exactly where he's at.
What a goal to open our account for the season. Roman Essa. Jeez. Right. at this point now, this is where we look to shut up shop. So Brooks is tired. So he's going to come off, and that's going to be Mousehound on. Extra defender onto the pitch now. They're still in their 4-3-3, which is good by me. Good by me indeed. And then we've still got one stoppage after that. So let's push the time wasting up. Take the counter off. And here we go. Here we go. Last. Oh, I wanted to. I swear the game knows that I'm about to press space so that I can make a substitution. Because the amount of times a highlight starts immediately before I press. Here's Schiffel. Schiffel's going to go back to Sahinovic. Sahinovic finds Avia. Moves it forward to Esse. Nice first ball round the corner to Nürnberger. He plays it back. Esse. Esse safe. Safe is okay. Here's Schmidt. Plays it into Mousend. Schiffel. Schiffel finds Linson. And it's just this is an error waiting to happen. It feels like it. Can it be an error by them though? Or is Esse in behind? That's a red card. It is Ridley Baku. They're down to 10 men. That is like, it makes sense. You have to make that. You have to, whilst it's 1-0, you don't want to give up that second goal. Right, we're about to see a free kick. But until then, we've got Anton Guy coming on. Our last change is going to be the introduction of Nathan Skitter. It's going to be for the goal scorer. It is going to be for the goal scorer. I have faith in both of you. We can see this out. Linson first gets to take a free kick. It's saved. It's another great save. To end basis, I generally hate when this happens after promotion. You play well, but the game just doesn't let you score. Often against the bigger teams. Feels artificial difficulty simply for the sake of it. I think it's just our players are a bit shit. To be fair, you know, we've got players who arguably weren't necessarily good at Zweite Bundesliga level. Sahinovic, what a legend. It's offside. It's offside anyway. So, you know, we are perhaps bringing this upon ourselves. Right, into 5 minutes of injury time. Goes into Meyer. Meyer gets it back. Going to keep on trying to play it through Lovro Meyer. Into Gers. Aydin finds Wind. Wind back to Aydin. Out wide to Mawissa. Mawissa looks to create space. He does. He's out wide. Can he swing the crossing? Just needs to beat his man. Linson does well initially. He can't make the ball stick. Arnold now finds Wimmer. Wimmer to Merla. Joachim Merla. Well. There we go. There we go. So, Damn. Oh no. Right, that's surely got to be time now, right? Dabo into Merla. Merla, who's inverting, finds Arnold. Skitter gets the challenge in. Avia. There we go. We've got a goal, guys. We've got a goal. That's all that matters. We got a goal. We don't have a win yet, but one defeat in our opening 6 games isn't the worst thing in the world. It's another game. We were the better team, better chances, higher XG. We've got to say negative though. You conceded a goal in the 93rd minute or whatever it was, 92nd minute. That keeps us in 12th, 5 points. There is a gap opening up now, 3 points between 11th and us. So there we go. Crazy so far. Our next game is away against Augsburg in 21 days' time. We've got a home game against someone there. Let's clear the team. We'll try and get fitness from those games. How are Augsburg doing? They're currently in 11th. So they're the team on 8 points, aren't they? Then home against Heidenheim. Heidenheim is the game that we kind of singled out as being our best opportunity of a win after not beating Union Berlin in the opening game of the season. So that's where we have our eyes on. That's going to be the moment that we end the suffering. So let's see. I do apologies, by the way, for all the stuff I've missed. Lookmar came in with his best 11. He went for Kahn, Lahm, Lucio, Beckenbauer, Davis, Schweinsteiger, Ballack, Robin, Ribery, Muller, Mackay. Fabulous choice. Philipp Lahm is one of my favourites. I would struggle. To think of a right back that I like more. Right, Red App says, seriously, what songs are those Selke and SA songs? So Selke is Helter Skelter by the Beatles, and SA is Messy by Lola Young. Yeah, who called me an old man? It's Lookmar, you called me an old man earlier. That's a song from this century. I mean, I think it's only a year old, but still it's a miracle that it's even a song in this century. Right, so Quadmo's off. Thank you very much for... oh no, you said bye everyone. When can I come back in the room? You came back into the room and we can see... Oh, right. Okay, it is quite... It's been a while. Since Blame Quadmo, but let's blame Quadmo. Groovesy, welcome in, my dude. What camera settings are they? They look kind of funky. It's just regular camera settings is TV, full zoom, lowest height, and the same settings but with vertical scrolling for replays. That was wank, says Zeratrol. It was, but it is what it is. At least we scored a goal. Exactly, Eunice. We've got a goal. We didn't lose. You know, as Max says, we take the point. It's unfortunate but feasible. Exactly. Right, Lookmar says you can come back into the room now. Next time we will have you leave the house and see if that helps. Yeah, that's clearly going to be. Right, Max, would you mind quickly showing the schedule? Sure. So there we go. Our next games in October, we've got away against Augsburg in 11th, a home game against Heidenheim in 15th, an away game against Eintracht Frankfurt in 10th. We pick up against Union Berlin in the DFB Pokal second round. We're probably going to just play all our scrubs for that. Home against Stuttgart, away against Werder Bremen. That should be a winnable game. Actually, by the time we get to that game, they'll have probably picked up some form. Schalke, they've had a great start, but we know that we can beat them. Leverkusen's going to be horrible. Hamburg, we know we can beat them. Gladbach's going to be horrible. Bayern Munich's going to be horrible. Hoffenheim's going to be horrible. Freiburg at home, we should feel like that's where we come to the second half of the season. Freiburg at home should be a winnable game, as long as we don't win a penalty. Max, 6-0 against Dortmund. It was a painful game. They 1.68 XG, Max, for Dortmund. All but one of the shots was straight at the keeper. It was a very, very humbling experience. Jonsa says, this is the type of stuff that got me relegated. It felt like I conceded in the 85th minute in every second game, and if not, then I'd concede in 45 minutes. We'll be fine. We just need to score goals more regularly. One goal in 6 games is a bit of an issue. Crudmo is appalled that I don't think that Earl Barrett is better than Philipp Lahm. I mean, Earl Barrett doesn't make like the top 3 Villa right backs. Let's be fair. So Max suggests Elias Baum from Elfsberg. Amazing right back prospect and one of the most promising under 21 talents in Germany. Interesting. Awesome. Lookmar did call me an old man, and he'll do it again. I don't doubt you there. Greavesy reckons I should prefer prime Luke Ayling over Lahm. Okay, now prime Luke Ayling. No. Get out of here. Hell no, a season without a win but still remain in the Bundesliga would be marvellous. It's possible. So apparently, Ellis Baum played quite well against Hanover. He did, but that was to be expected. Fair enough. Augsburg, Heidenheim, Frankfurt. The fans expect at least 4 points. We don't have a hope against an away game against Frankfurt. Absolutely zilch hope. Augsburg, maybe a draw if we're lucky. Heidenheim. So the fans can expect 4. I'm expecting 3. 3 is my breaking point, I think. Right, so Johnson's got a decision to make. Should I wait to see you play the derby versus Frankfurt or get my 6 hours of sleep? Greavesy says that sleep is a human construct. I would say get some sleep. I would love you to stick around and be in. I'll be honest, if we beat Heidenheim or Augsburg, there is a chance that the stream ends there so that it ends on a high after what has been a brutal battering. So we'll see how things pan out. Subsequently, injury number 9. Subsequently, it might be that this stream goes on until 4 a.m. as we chase that 1 league win. Maybe I'll still be going until tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. I mean, let's face it, I've got nothing else to do tomorrow, so it's all good. The Mastermind is in. Welcome in, my dude. Lovely to see you. How are you, sir? How are you? Now, if you guys aren't following Matt, you most definitely should be. What an absolute gentleman. A professional football manager player. Like, you can't say that about many people. I mean, literally, you can only say that with about 16, which is crazy. 20 people even. 20. Wait, Musterman doesn't work on a Friday. Sorcery. Oh, no. It's far worse than that, DM Bassist. It's far worse than that. Musterman no longer works. It's great. So I mean, I've not been avoiding saying it, but yeah. So at the beginning of the year, the company decided to unilaterally revoke home working, despite that being the terms of my contract, to make everyone work in the office. And I can't afford to do that. If I have to travel into London every day and it's not covered, not just would that make my work week 20 hours longer, it would also mean that I would lose money. So since February, I have been without a job, which is why I'm so stressed all the time. And I expect has probably contributed to the headaches, especially at the weekends, like the stress of that coming up. So yeah, it's been fun. And as you can tell from my tone of voice, I'm delighted by it. I think the situation has been wonderful and definitely the best thing that could have ever happened. Who needs food? So it's been an interesting few weeks. God, I hate job searching. But anyway, that is just, there we go. So exiting FM with a win is FM tradition. Exactly, Eunice. We need that. Well, is it tradition though? That's the problem. Is once you get that win, surely you don't want to kill that momentum. So you've got to keep on playing until you lose. No, I don't know. So Johnson, 2 rules for you. I have to either end on a win, and I always have to end at either 0:00 or half an hour or half past. If you get me, that's fair. That is fair. Generally speaking, with the streams, what tends to happen is I look to go to the point where we're coming close to an ad break. So if I see like an ad break is 7 minutes.
It's not the statistics. You tell me. How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Bless you, GNG. Thank you very much. It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. Absolute gentlemen. That is gift subscriptions to McKinn's, to Raz the Beer, to Kieran0297, to Ben Sporting Story, and to Jinxer Official. What an absolute gentleman you are. Yeah. I'm going to now talk very manly and all things like that. No, that really appreciated. Bless you so much. So El Norby says, you asked about Gioschio's mistakes during the Monday stream. Yesterday they sacked their manager. Thank you for your contribution. I thought they were doing really well, El Norby. thought they were doing. They were doing more better than expected. DM Basis, I'm happy for you. Sorry to hear that delete is applicable. I mean, both. I mean, it was a truly dull job. So, you know, maybe it is a blessing in disguise. Matt says, thank you so much for the kind words. Played the first cup game of the season. Lost 2-0 against a strong team. That's not how you want to start the season, but one less competition to worry about, right? Something like that. Yes, indeed. So give it a couple of months and we'll be streaming from Casa Quadmo, quite possibly. Well, I assume I'll be locked in a garage, which is fine by me. A company not covering travel expenses can't be taken seriously, especially if it's commuting. Indeed. I mean, the fact that... So, I think they've lost about... I think in the end, they've lost about 30 members of staff. My favourite was the staff who were based in Scotland. So, part of the team I was in, we have 2 people based in Scotland. They live nowhere near Edinburgh whatsoever. One is just outside Glasgow. One is like really up in the north. But the compromise for them was that they could travel into Edinburgh each day. So yeah, great company, very clever people. Cardboard boxes are OP for sleeping in Sazerachal. Now, let's be fair. I know a fantastic car park in St Albans where I was when I was previously. If Quadmo kicks me out because he regrets offering me a place to stay, I know the best spots. We'll be good. Don't know apologies to bring it up at all. Not any whatsoever. It's all good. Rich, so many employers are shit these days and they wonder why people are opting out of week work. Indeed. So Laka asks, what was your previous job? I'm sure you'll find a new job pretty soon. So I am a business analyst by trade. One of the biggest challenges is going to be...
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Bless you, Greavesy16. Thank you very much for the subscription. Really appreciate it, my dude. So yeah, I mean, part of the it's all my own fault, just to be clear. Where I've moved isn't the greatest for commuting. It was very much under assurances that my contract wouldn't change anytime in the foreseeable future. So a job that is very London-centric, which is where I'm most likely to find joy in that regards, sadly, is a little bit beyond my reach at the moment. So maybe I'm going to move into Crudmose anyway, just so that I can get closer to a train station. I'm inviting myself in. Crudmo, I'm going to be there on Saturday. All good. So sad to hear that. Yep. Sorry, Mike. Haha, that didn't sound like an analytics guy. It isn't. It's Ray Hudson talking about Messi. Messi, but it says the word statistics, so I like that as the idea. Right, so you might appear behind me when I'm streaming and go boo at surprising moments. Get on board. Everyone wants a little bit of Quadmo Ghost. It's got to be the thing. Cyril's in. Welcome in. We got promoted. I missed a lot then. Yes, we did. We went up. We finished second. We're now struggling a little in the Bundesliga. We're 6 games in without a win, and we're just about to play against Augsburg away from home. Going to be a pretty tricky game, I reckon. However, we have a ad break coming up. So let's head and do that. We'll be back in about 3-4 minutes or so, and then we're going to get our first win of the season. We're fresh off the back of our first goal of the season in the league. So here comes our first win. I will see you guys in 3 to 4 minutes. Right, and we're back. So Sega offers to come to Peru. Now that would be incredible. I could do with that. That air would be lovely. Oh, like all that altitude. Definitely a fan of that idea. Yonsa, I'm so sorry. I see you've just redeemed a mystery minigame. We do not have
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, look, Ma. You are the star of finding existing users on Twitch. That is a gift subscription to Philip Lam 69. Nice. You are an absolute gentleman. Thank you very much, my dude. So Cronlo says that where I live is rubbish. He is absolutely right. It's wonderful. It's amazing. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's very calm. It has a bakery. That's all that matters. It's also relatively cheap. But yep. So beggars cannot be choosers. I will have to probably be making some changes. That's fine. That's what life is, right? So
it's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me. How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Okay, DM Basis clearly took offence to me suggesting that Lukmar is the king of finding names, because Not the Static is an amazing name. It's not the Static. It's not the Static. You tell me. You tell me. Bless you. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's one of those things. Life goes on. Right, El Norby says we're still fourth, but our games were unwatchable. Our last 3 games were a draw and 2 losses in stoppage time. The last one against, fair enough, the team that I can't pronounce. I mean, still, like, I get it. Sometimes if you see there's decline, you want to address it before it happens, so that here's Kone Avila tries to cut it out. Sahinovic with the save. You want to cut it out before it becomes too much of an issue. You don't want form to keep on dropping and you drop out of fourth. But it does seem a little bit harsh. Saturday is good, marvellous. Rich says, don't need money, get to 55, not really need to work. Only do supply now, and new degree may take me in a different direction. But you have choices. I fear for the new teachers coming in now. They're exhausted even in training year. It does seem like a very, very thankless job. I mean, I think there are a lot of jobs that are difficult to decompress between when you're at work and when you get home. But teaching in particular seems especially difficult, because even if you are someone who's quite good at shutting off mentally after a day's finished, with teaching, you need to be using that time for prepping and marking and everything. It's so stressful. I don't know how, even at 55, you can, like, that's what 30 years of teaching is incredible. And then to do supply work, so even willingly going, actually I don't need to, but I'm going to punish myself further. That is quite something. So Shamrock Rovers Mulder has gone to extra time. Was it 1-0 after 90 minutes? That is tense. Greavesy, not that I ever needed a reason to sub other than the content, as Engels fires wide. But see, this is a virtual hug and a tough time. I really do appreciate it, genuinely. Mike, as a Southern European, I love the British broadcasters whenever I watch a Premiership game, except the Scottish ones. I can't understand a thing they're saying. No one can, Mike. Don't worry. Not even the Scottish can understand what they're saying. So Zerachul wants us to win because they are the arch rivals. I mean, we're trying. And Bamba's shot takes a deflection. That was close. I'm fingers crossed. Indeed, I am so overwhelmed by the support. I think we'll probably be there saying in a good way, a very, very good way. Thank you so much, Lukmar. Token of it is appreciated, although I am about to swear because we have conceded a goal. But yeah, no, it's so appreciated. Night of Knee, welcome in, my dude. What did you miss today? You have missed not much. You're about to see us concede. No, Strahinovic! Boom. Let's get him a little bit of praise. So that's the second penalty on this stream tonight. We've had one, and now Augsburg have had one in a different game. Both have been missed. Actually, no, it's the third penalty. We missed a penalty in the cup as well. We are 6 games into our Bundesliga career. We have drawn 5 of them. We've scored 1 goal, and we lost 6-0 to Borussia Dortmund. It's been an eventful stream, an eventful one indeed. Right, Zarachuls, the big question is best 11. We've got Buffon, Lahm, Vidic, Beckenbauer, Roberto Carlos, Beckham, Cambiasso, Pirlo, Giggs, Jan Koller, and Oliver Bierhoff going for the big guys up front. I mean, look at that. So you've got Roberto Carlos bombing down the wing. You've got Giggs bombing down the wing. You've got Beckham being a little bit more restrained, but sending in those balls. You've got Lahm who can cut in, who can go down the wing. And then you've got 2 big guys up front in Koller and Bierhoff. I do like the sound of that. Sadly, Dan Baser says there isn't enough.
It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Sega, bless you very much. That is a gift subscription to Jamie Onyx. What an absolute star you are. Thank you. So apparently there is not the statistics account. That feels like something we've got to get created at some point. Oh, bear me one moment. Oh, managed to mute just in time there. Yes, I'm hoping that we're going to hear some news about Holifab's recovery soon as well, because I've got the Holifab fan account just lingering around ready for that moment. So Crubmo had a similar thing happen to you last June and had a really shitty 3 months before Go Self-Sorted. And it did work out well in the end. It did work out very, very well. It's hard to see the end of the tunnel when you've only just got into it. Exactly. But also, like, you know, that's kind of the way the market is, isn't it? You know, the job market kind of wears you down. And I'm sure it's just to make people accept worse jobs than they originally went into. They're just like, nope, we're gonna. So it's just about accepting that every day. Just got to keep on trying, and something will eventually come out of it. Right, double change is coming. Yeah, Clinson's off. We're going to switch to the right-hand side. Going to pop him as a poacher. Because I like Nuremberg. So the issue with Brooks isn't in the squad because he came back from international duty very tired. So we're going with that. Let's just try and protect ourselves a little bit again. We'll go back to the ball-playing defenders on cover and get them staying wider once more. So that's what we're looking at there. Yeah, that's what we're looking at there. 25 minutes. Can we get our second goal of the season? So El Nabi asked, what's the opinion about yesterday's game against Liverpool? I feel like we missed a really good opportunity to win. I mean, I'm delighted we didn't lose. I thought there was some really, really exciting things. Garrido hits the bar. Yeah, but Darwin Núñez had a really good chance, obviously, to win it for Liverpool as well. I thought we played well. I felt like we deserved something out of the game. But yeah, that's how it is. Right, Nürnberger's yellow card. I'm not willing to risk him any longer. So on comes Mousend and Müller. Fuck it. Müller off. Keenan Davis on. So that's going to be the change we're looking at here. Target forward on support. Skitter. They're a poacher. They're on their stronger foot sides that way with Davis on the left, Stefanov on the right. Can we've been fortunate. We've saved a penalty. So it'll be a little unfair if we manage to steal something here. But I also feel it would be very, very harsh having saved a penalty if this is about to be a winner. It's not. So that's all right. That's all right. So Night of Knee says, some growing pains then. There have been, getting used to this league has been tough. It's been very, very tough. This is, with the exception of the Dortmund game, which I understand, we did still have 54% ball share against Dortmund. This is the first game where we've been completely outmatched, I would say. So yeah, I'm happy that we've managed to grind out a result there. Even if we did have a couple of good chances, obviously a penalty's a big difference maker there. So 7 games, 6 draws, 1 goal. Our next game though, this game against Heidenheim is the game we've earmarked. Our opening game of the season was against Union Berlin. So our opening league game of the season was against Union Berlin. That was a game that I feel like we should have won it, but it's a game that I felt that we could win even before the game happened. The next game that I see as being winnable was the game against Heidenheim. So this is a big, big game coming up. Big game. So let's have a look there. So I do apologise that I missed anything. It was 1-0 in the Shamrock Rovers game, moulded down to 10 men right at the end of 90. Ooh. Good night, by the way, Johnson. I do apologise if you're already gone. Thank you very much for popping on. It's a huge save, it was indeed. The lack of skulls in some of these 11s is a travesty. Man was a Rolls Royce. Now, Paul Scholes was a fantastic player, 100%. But I don't think you could ever think of a squad competition, a composition where he'd get in. Like there's always players that are just slightly better. A phenomenal player. But like as I said earlier, he's no Ian Taylor. Zerachal grew up with the flow pass, also known as the long ball on a big striker. It's what made Norway great. The flow, that is a classic. Reedy did a bit of that with Niall Quinn at Sunderland. Flow was hopeless at Sunderland though. Yeah, outside of the national team, he was not so great. He did all right for Chelsea. Well, sorry, that's the wrong flow. Torre Andre was great for Chelsea. Oh, we got some money. 2 million for Marvin Mellams, now played 50 league games for Kaiserslautern. That moves our transfer budget up by another 600,000, which is nice. Might have some means to reinforce when we come through in January, but we will see. Yeah, so Rich was the same. Torre Andre, not Justine, indeed. Havard Flow. Was it Havard Flow? I thought it was Justine. I thought the flow pass was to Justine. Anyway, so Ajax has gone to extra time. Fabulous. Rich said, with regards to Scholes, Rich says that he does go under the radar. Often he couldn't last 90 minutes because of his asthma, which didn't help. You put Nedved in the same category. Oh, Nedved was so good. Yeah, but that's it. Again, Nedved is a player that I'd be like, I like Nedved, but I don't think I'd ever be able to squeeze him into a best 11, even if I wanted to. Right. Let's get these guys. They're allowed to play. So we've got this reserve team, and yet I get the feeling that despite it being friendlies, they're just not paying attention to who I'm asking them to play. Because a lot of players are very, very short on fitness. So there we go. Uda, Skitter, Stefanov, Bonch-Garrido, Guy, Hubert, Maushound, Schwaber, and Bamba, Sauter. That should be good. And then I need to make sure that I'm resting them as soon as that game ends. So hopefully they can be in kind of okay condition for the next game. Yeah, again, completely fair enough. And yes, it was Justine Flo. So Greavesy, have noticed a lot of people giving their team full days off as opposed to scheduling recovery sessions. What are the benefits of this? So Greavesy, they still come in for recovery sessions. First thing to note. So if we pop here in rest, it come there? No, you can do it. Then we can see it from here. Is it from here we can do it? There's somewhere that explains that rest just means they don't come in for like proper sessions, but they will come in for things like the match prep stuff. Let's open this here. They will come in for things like extracurricular. They will come in for things like recovery sessions. I think they come in for match tactics, but I don't think they come in for tactical. So the benefit is that you're just allowing players to rest and recover, and that if you have any sessions that have actual like ball work with them, that you will essentially spare them from doing that work, and you get that extra benefit of rest. Like this game, what time is that game? Can I see the time in the fixtures? It's an 8 p.m. kickoff. So let's linger around. Hopefully we can get there before it moves over to the next day. That was always bound to happen with me saying hopefully we can avoid that. Back to the second team. So training, rest for a day, rest for a day. Bonch isn't going to be a starter. I mean, Guido's not going to be a starter either. But I just want them as close to a full heart as can be possible for what is surely going to be the biggest game. Right, El Norby's got to sleep. Good night, everyone. Stay strong. Thank you very much, my dude. Really appreciate you dropping on by. And Max is also going off. Early start tomorrow. Have a lovely, lovely evening. Well, lovely sleep. So Eunice says, not to be pessimistic, but your next opponent just won 3-2 against Leipzig. That's fine. We deserve to beat Leipzig, so we're just as good as that, right? Maybe. A best 11 is well worth a proper Discord discussion. I agree. Right, DM Basis is also off. Thank you very much for being around. Lucas, hope you're doing well. Does that give you that has given you the link? Beautiful. GB32 is in. Welcome in, sire. How are you? Your editor won't open and you want to cry. Also, hello. That's not good. That's not good. Is it just refusing to play ball entirely, or is it like coming up with an error? Is this going to be part of the depreciation of FM24 now that everything's gone to pot? Things are going to start to slowly break. So yeah, you've managed to break it. It's crashing upon open. That's not good. Can you? Yeah, I was gonna say, can you reinstall? Can you get it on a different PC and move the files across? Is that going to be both? Is Nürnberger going to be back in time? Nürnberger might be back in time. But we're now without Schiffel. That means probably Mousehound into the starting lineup. You've done that already. It's doing the usual FM crash when you have too many tactics. I don't know about the crash when you have too many tactics. How many tactics do you need to have to cause the crash? That sounds crazy. I'm now wondering how many tactics I have. Actually, no, I'm pretty good at deleting them once I no longer need them, so. I've got 213 apparently in my archive folder. I do have them all in subfolders and stuff, so I don't know if that helps or whether you need to have like literal thousands. It's FM, it doesn't need to make sense to break. Thank you very much for the hydrate, by the way, Brazilian. Yeah, what is the limit? That's intriguing. I've never heard of that. But I can imagine how content creators in particular, when will have many tactics that maybe linger around and never get used after being created once. So Matt says, I think Sven, who represented Germany in the World Cup, had over 3,000 saved tactics. That's crazy. So you had it break when you had about 130. So I wonder, is it when you go to load tactics? Is it that this dialogue box couldn't handle more than 130 rows or something? That would be quite funky. No, it's not the dialogue box. It was like the game would crash just if you had that. How? What? Why? You open the game, it doesn't get past the first splash screen. Passing errors. But that is odd. You really meant it when you said it doesn't have to make sense. That really doesn't make sense. That is crazy. That is crazy. The fix was genuinely to move your tactics. Bizarre. That's amazing. Right, do we risk Schiffel? He's 2 days away, so no, we don't. We start with Mousehound alongside Schmidt. And a bit. No, Tubeck is back. Tubeck is back. Tubeck. There we go. Tubeck's fine. Anton Guy instead of Rashidi. Guy or Rashidi? Guy or Rashidi? Guy. Nürnberger is back. Brooks in that role. I like Brooks. I like Nürnberger. That's been the best combination I feel there. Right, let's do it. Let's do it. And by it, what I mean is this. This. Davy Selke, Keenan Davis, Roman Esser, Mousehound Rashidi, Mbamba, Garrido, Skitter, Linson, Bonch, Stefanov. No. Let's save that. Save that for the second half. Because I'll regret that if we throw it away straight away. Let's be sensible. There's no reason to panic just yet. There you go. That would be Linson, Esser, Selke. We'll give Selke a rest. We will bring him off the bench. Let's see if maybe a game out will be fine. Let's go with that. So Crodmo says, a lot of my teams have made a few passing errors. I'll tell you that much. However, now my editor is doing the same passing errors. We'll DM a screenshot on Discord or something. Moved your tactics a few weeks ago because the main game did it, and now the editor is dying. That is crazy. That is crazy. It's got to be something else under the bonnet here. It's got to be. It's got to be, surely. Right, fans. Humpfist, fans. I expect performances. Guys. This is it. This is the moment we win a game in the Bundesliga. I can feel it. Come on the stats, says Crodmo. Let's go, says Crodmo. Red App, I'm looking to my calendar and I'm getting scared. 47 fixtures without counting with Copa Libertadores fixtures. That is a season. I imagine there are going to be other, the Copa Libertadores and other games. They're going to pile up very, very quickly. Linson forces a save out of Lucas Bergstrom. We're up against a Finnish goalkeeper. That feels mean. That feels mean. Right, Nürnberger with the corner. Sends it to the far post. Avia can't get there, but he does get the second ball. He plays it back across to Nürnberger. Esser with the shot. It's blocked. It's another corner. Good start. Good start. These guys can feel it, you see. These guys can feel that this is going to be the first league win. Nürnberger gets there again. Finds Esser. Esser back to Brooks. Brooks does something a little bit shit. But that's okay. Muller keeps the ball. And just, slowly. We've got a lot of left-footed players. I've not written. So Schmidt, Avia, Nürnberger, Brooks, Muller, Esser. We've got more than half our team are left foot. There we go. Like, I know that shouldn't be that. That's not that exceptional, but you always tend to see more dominance with right footers. Right, nothing much has happened since we've done that. Let's give some encouragement. So surely this is a defeat in the 94th minute, says Zerachal. Positivity, Zerachal. Positivity. We're gonna concede before the 95th minute, probably around the 34th minute, as Saito finds Prommel. Prommel's shot saved by Sahinovic. Prommel must be quite old now. He must be around 30, 35, surely. Have you tried turning it on and off? It's got to be. It's got to be. Shit, they got Tagsef. I'm not familiar with Tagsef. Right. First half, we started well. Kind of nothing much really happened thereafter. We are a little bit more advanced. It seems like we're getting more of the ball down the left with all those left footers. Oh, we kept him as a volante on attack when I didn't mean to. Let's do that. Let's have you as the volante on attack on the left-hand side. So we need to have Mark Titer on. So that would look like that. But Esser will be in that more creative role. We'll get him to stay wider just to create some space. We'll pop you on support. That means you are going to be the defensive midfielder on support who tackles harder, marks tighter, holds position. Double check what we're up against, which is still a 4-3-3. It is, so that's fine. So we've got the shadow striker looking to attack the space off Stefanov. We will make Anton Guy more attacking on that side. So we're getting a lot of joy down the left with Muller in a support role, with Brooks in that role. So we're just going to make him more supporting to hopefully create some opportunities that way. And then we should be ready to bring on the big boys. Again, pump some fists. I have faith. We're going to do it. We're going to do this. This is for sure. Right, so Laka, surely you'll get a penalty, but your player will blaze it over. Quite probably. Cromwell wants us to go more attacking. We will do as the second half goes on, hopefully. Lukmar is feeling a 1-0. I'm feeling a 1-0. I am absolutely feeling a 1-0. Whether that will be for us, I'm not so sure. Right, we are 10 minutes into the second half. Momentum hasn't necessarily been all that great. Okay, the second section looked to be promising. Tubeck into Nürnberger, finds Brooks. Here's Esser. Esser's touch is heavy, but that's okay because Muller is there to gather. Stepanov drops deep to link. Nürnberger finds Linson. Come on. Oh, the pass wasn't able to make it out that way. That's a shame. Tubeck into Nürnberger again. Finds Brooks. Brooks back to Avia. Muller. He's going to get the cross in. And it's Stepanov's header. Bergstrom is able to gather. Not really much going there. So into 60th minute. Here's where we make the changes. And those changes are going to look like both of them. Yeah, both of them. Target forwards, Keenan Davis. Poacher, Davy Selke. Was it the other way round? Esser into a more central position like so. Yeah. This is going to be the change that we needed all along. Right, corner kick. We've got the momentum in our favour. And here it is with a corner. It's going to be Nürnberger with his trademark outswinger around the penalty spot. You have 3 players jostling. One of them is Molo. You can't get there. Selke heads it over. Oh, Davy, Selke. You were so amazing at one point. Right, 73rd minute. We need the chances coming. Nürnberg was being good. Guy, maybe not so good. So on comes Rashidi. His tiredness is a concern. His tiredness means that Nathan Skitter is going to come on. Nathan Skitter can't play that well. Esser can't play as a volante. That's madness. Brooks into the central spot. Something like that. Swap these guys round. Make you a shadow striker. You need to mark tighter, and you're specifically going to pick up the defensive midfielder. That means Esser needs to specifically pick up the left central midfielder. So that's Tagseth. Let's start to apply the pressure. Go more attacking. 15 minutes. We're going to do this. We are going to do this. Selke's got too old, even though he's younger than us. Indeed. It's such a shame as well, because like he's getting the chances. It's not like his physicality means he's not able to get into the positions. He's just some reason no longer able to header. Skitter with one free kick. We went over. Second free kick. It's William Rashidi. The first goal of the season. William Rashidi.
Stand, scoring like no tomorrow. Don't stand, the goals are here.
Right, there we go. Pause. Let's go back to something nice and normal. We've got far too many. So S is going to be the player that comes off. Going to have to stick with the 4-2-3-1 because I'm going to keep those 2 guys on, which is fine. Target forward support. Coach attack. On to support roles now. So S has done his moment. Brooks is tired, so we need to bring. Brooks is going to have to stay out there. See, it doesn't matter if he's tired. We've just got the one substitution left, and Esser can't fit into this lineup at the moment. Mousehound is my option off the bench. Let's see things out for the last 5 minutes. Not that we haven't, we've had to deal with this before already. We've already thrown away a game in the 93rd minute, 92nd minute. So Bamba Masks, who are the go-to academies in Argentina? No idea. Or is it Boca, or are there others to look at? I'd assume like Boca. Oh, thank God for that. Or not. Brooks back to Avia. There are 20 seconds remaining. We've been forced back to Sahinovic. The pressure was coming. He plays it back the way that the pressure came. That was smart from the keeper. Muller. It's into Avia. Avia to Mousehand. Mousehand. Just play it safe. There we go.
Wait for SV Darmstadt, spam the goal in motion. You can feel it every week. Mustard rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
taken 7 games. We've got to win. We've got to win. We have won as many games as we've lost. We have won as many games as we lost. And that loss was to Dortmund. That's what you expect. That's what you expect. 8 games, 9 points. William Rashidi is our hero. William Rashidi. Oh, it's been a long time coming. It's been a long time before the dawn. We're gonna win a fucking game. We're gonna win the fucking game. That is a truly ridiculous. We have the 4-4-5-6. We have the 5th best defence in the league, despite losing a game at home 6-0. Darmstadt's Mohamed Sahinovic has kept the most clean sheets, but also conceded every shot straight at him in that one game. We have scored just 2 goals all season, and yet here we are, sitting in 11th. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. Welcome in, Horatiba. Lovely to see you. You might have slept through an entire stream, but you've arrived at a point that has taken 8 damn games to get to. We've won a fucking game. Oh my. Oh my. And that is where we call it quits. We have hung on. We have hung on for almost 5 hours just to get that first win. And we've got it. So a huge thank you for everyone who's dropped by today. We'll be back tomorrow evening, 6 p.m. as standard. And maybe we'll end up playing through to the end of the season as we chase our second win of the season. I think that's how it works, right? Pardon me. So yeah, thank you all very much for coming along. Really appreciate it. I want to say to YouTube, we're going to head off there first. Then on Twitch, we're going to head out and raid someone. Thank you guys for popping along. As I said,